Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Today I come at you live with another mic setting. A new, all-powerful mic setting that hopefully won't fuck my voice over completely this time. Welcome to the stream, ladies and gentlemen. I was gonna do this one yesterday. You know the spiel. I got lazy. I wound up sleeping for 5 hours at 3 p.m., so, you know, as I want to do. But yeah, today we're gonna be looking into Spirit Science's 4-hour manifesto about the conspiracy of everything. Now, you might be familiar with Spirit Science's like conspiracy of everything video because I think this might be a new version of it or something because I was alerted to it the other day. It was recently uploaded like a month ago on his channel. And but I remember a conspiracy theory of everything video that he did years ago that was something to do with space Jews. I don't know, that's the meme. That's the one meme everybody remembers from that video. But hopefully this video will produce some new memes. Like I say, 4 hours, almost 4 hours. There is a longer version of it available on his website. But I've decided, you know what, at 4 hours, almost, it's fine. We've got enough content to look at. So I think it's gonna be fun. If you're not familiar with Spirit Science, I have talked about him before. I did a stream like a year ago. It was a double stream alongside the Channeling Eric. A return to Channeling Eric. And, yeah, I talked about Spirit Science. I talked about his weird video where he, insists that Emma Watson came to him in a dream as the Christ Sophia. Whatever that means. So we saw some big time simping. We heard some not so great things about our boy Spirit Science from a lady who accused him of rape. I don't know how true it is. I'm not making any personal allegations here, but that's what I remember from the last stream. And, of course, I also remember hours-long ranting about just absolute space cult nonsense. But, you know, now we're not here to bully anybody. We're not here to necessarily put anybody, you know, make any hurtful, hateful jokes here. We wouldn't want to do that. But I would like to see, because I've heard some crazy things about this conspiracy theory of everything. And there's, like, Hillary Clinton stuff. There's, like, aliens. There's energy wavelengths. It sounds like a joke, but, I mean, it's 4.5 hours, or it's 3.5 hours, almost 4. So it's like, I don't know, man. It's at a point where it's like, you know, you might think you're joking, but you made a 3.5 hour video about some crazy shit. But yeah, we'll see. Maybe it'll seem more hilarious as we watch it. Maybe we'll pick up on the satire of it, but I don't know. Judging by what we know of Spirit Science, I have a feeling this is, like, totally legit. I mean, not totally legit, but I have a feeling it's what he actually believes. So, yeah, we're gonna get into this here. Take a look at chat real quick. How you guys doing? How the hell you beautiful bastards doing? So is this just Gale in disguise? This is Gale with, like, 1 million subscribers, yes. Alex Jones as a hippie. Kind of. Of course Clinton stuff ties in. I mean... yeah, obviously. Come on, it's YouTube. There's Jew in space. I don't know if this video is gonna have the space Jews. I think that was in the old conspiracy theory of everything. He went over how, like, the Star of David came from space and aliens, I don't know, but you know, this one I've heard has some fucking whack shit in it too, but we'll get into that. Quick, tell them about the Unks. J.O. crystals. Yeah, exactly. Jordan D is God. Well, Again, I'm not saying that he raped anybody. I'm just saying that I've heard allegations of such things, but, you know, I don't know. Well, anyways, we're gonna get into... we're gonna get into this now. This is... again, we're not trying to make any allegations here. We're just having a good time, So this is the conspiracy theory of everything. Full movie. It's a movie, everybody. This should be on Netflix, honestly. This edition of the conspiracy theory of everything is a little bit incomplete as YouTube forced us to censor certain content. Watch the complete inside edition of Spirit Conspiracies. Click here to learn more. So Yeah, there is a longer version. I don't know, chat. I don't know how much longer the version is, and I think I need to sign up. So, I mean, you can probably watch that on your own time, but this is already 3 hours and 44 minutes of a man talking about some things. And obviously, we are not gonna sit through literally every second of that. That's crazy. It's gonna be a lot of, like, interviews with boring people and just stupid shit, but we are going to try to get a general gist of this. If we wind up finishing the video a little early, I've got some other stuff planned, so that should be fun too, but yeah, let's get into this. 3 hours and 45 minutes. You know, I could be watching Blade Runner and Blade Runner 2049 right now. I could be watching The Lord of the Rings. I could be watching The Godfather. I could be watching The Seven Samurai. But instead I'm watching this man talk about aliens, Hillary Clinton, energy conspiracy, wavelength, QAnon, 5G. So, yeah. But buckle your fuckles. Oh, also, I should inform you that I'm currently trying a tiny little sampler of the Kraken black spiced rum. Pretty nice. I also have some Maker's Mark here, so yeah, we're getting lubricated this evening. Drink responsibly.
Welcome to what may very well be one of the most important videos we've ever made. Now, in order to even begin this...
You know, someone in chat says Germa985 is streaming right now, and you could be watching that, but instead you're watching this, and that's the real shit, honestly. Forget classic movies. You could be watching a better stream right now, but please don't leave me.
Video. I must first establish this disclaimer. This video is a set of hypotheses, an exploration of the world.
A what if,
many
of
ideas
course.
will be explored. What we are sharing here is not meant to be taken as definitive truth.
Of course.
We're not claiming this is entirely made up of facts. Rather, we are attempting to explore a deeper, perhaps darker, area of human consciousness and see the bigger picture of what is really going on. Please have
so you got all that, everybody. This may or may not be completely made up bullshit, but they certainly are going to go through the whole video positing things in a sort of what if way to sort of shirk the responsibility of putting out all this weird nonsense information.
Experience. Do your own research. And don't be afraid to go deeper down the rabbit hole. For the truth is often stranger than fiction. There's no denying that collective human consciousness is in quite of a pickle today.
Oh yeah.
It is chaotic and overtaking itself and all of nature.
Yeah, dude, we're all waiting for Final Fantasy VII Remake Part 2, and nobody knows what kind of changes are going to be in there. They might kill Tifa. They might kill Cloud. It's crazy.
Because of the internet, we have nearly real-time access to information. And yet, most people are only seeing a particular slice of the story.
This is about to turn into
For
Ready
example,
Player One.
The algorithms behind what you find when you use Google, Facebook, YouTube, and almost every other social network are designed to show you what you're already looking for, or what the computer code thinks you want to see based on other people's behavior.
Well, I mean, there's also the fact that they literally just listen in on you and spy on you. I was talking with some friends a little while ago about the SpongeBob skin theory video, and just talking about it, and then a little while later I check my phone, I look at YouTube. Oh, what's that? YouTube's recommending me the SpongeBob skin theory video. That's wild. That's so crazy.
Unless you're actively searching...
This is the real shit tonight, chat. You think you're coming here for this guy's crazy conspiracy theories, but by the end of it, I'm gonna tell you my conspiracy theories for everything. And I'm gonna tell you which groups of people you should avoid. Just kidding, that's not gonna happen.
For new information, to find something different, or follow someone who is creating content that is going down rabbit holes and sharing what they find. What you get is generally what you're already accustomed to seeing. You only see what you want to see. Further, due to the controversial nature of many ideas, especially those labeled as conspiracy theories, many ideas are not explored by the masses, because when they hear about
fake
it,
news,
they see that these ideas are ridiculed, and they write them off as nonsense or dangerous extremism. Following the herd mentality makes it easier to dismiss exploring new ideas, so people can easily go along with their lives. This is critical because the ability to change one's belief.
And the thing is, Chad, is like, everybody knows that this is like a little bit true. Like, obviously be a free thinker, but that doesn't mean like, that doesn't mean like fucking drive a parade float down Main Street telling people how vaccines cause like autism and AIDS. You know, like, be a free thinker, but you know, some things you might want to just, I don't know, just play along just in case. I don't know.
Changes your experience of life, and most people are happy just letting things be as they are. A minority of people are compelled to seek higher truth at all cost, and certainly most of us know that sometimes it can be very hard to.
Someone in chat says, what is the point? And someone else in chat says they start off slow. See, that's the thing, is that we are currently less than 3 minutes into this. This video is very long, and I think I mentioned before on like one of the space cult videos or whatever, I was like, what level of clear do I need to be to access this flying spaghetti monster? I promise, it starts off simple. It's gonna get into some shit. They're gonna start with just like, oh, you know, genes and energy. And by the end, it's gonna be, so Doctor Who is real.
Empathize with those who choose comfort over following their passions. As the saying goes, you can take a horse to water, but you can't make it drink. And trying to convince others to think differently only leads to distress on everyone's part. As many ancient texts will suggest, this is
Sacred Jedi texts!
This creates a sort of self-created deception and distraction from
who are the real monsters here?
which is rarely explored.
I don't know.
If you're already familiar with spirit
Turn
science,
this down a little
we've
bit.
talked before about how everything is connected. This was even a fundamental part of my own awakening, where I had a transcendent experience that all things were one.
I mean, Emma Watson was also a part of that
and
awakening.
linking to a singular greater whole. Yet today, and the struggle of human consciousness, is that most people are not seeing it, simply not looking, or not even wanting to look. In modern science today, there are many scientists searching for an all.
You are thinking too small. You need think bigger. I unlock brain for you. I tell you secret. You think bigger. Use 100% of brain. You be like Scarjo in that movie, Ghost in Shell.
Theory of everything, something that unifies.
Okay, we get it. You've got the secrets of the world. Get onto it.
The same cycle that we've been trapped in. Liberating ourselves from the illusion is the only way to really break free of the shackles that bind us to our lower state of being.
Shackles. Okay, so we're about to be liberated from... And there's the aliens. Alright. I mean, I knew it was gonna get into aliens and the Illuminati, but they're just starting off strong. This is like the Netflix title sequence. They gotta show you everything that's in the program. Yeah, so we're about to be liberated from the chains of ignorance or whatever. And, knowledge. We're gonna learn the knowledge of things that this guy says may or may not be true. So that's wonderful. I know I'm not being open-minded, but I'm not drunk yet. Oh shit, we're entering the Matrix, chat. This is about to turn into Metal Gear Solid 6. Just watch.
Our conspiracy theory of everything begins first with the demiurge. The demiurge is an ancient Greek and Gnostic concept describing a consciousness that is considered to essentially be the creator of the physical universe, but not the supreme creative force behind all.
Okay, hipster god, thank you, very cool. I love when people come up with this stuff and it's like, oh, my god is slightly different from all the other gods, and it's kind of the same as a lot of them, but it's not, though. It's the demiurge. I got the idea from Shin Megami Tensei.
All things. A good way to explore this idea is through
The Matrix, of course.
a science fiction story that suggests everything we think we know of as the real world.
Why do we always cite The Matrix as, like, an important fucking... Like, have you seen anything else the Wachowskis have made? It's all bad. Stop, like... Because if The Matrix is legit and there's any, like, truth to the concept... You gotta admit there's probably some truth to the concepts of, like, the Path of Neo game where it ends in, like, a super giant Agent Smith boss fight where he, like, mega-volves into a bunch of Agent Smiths as one giant Agent Smith. Like, technically that's canon, and that has to be a part of your, like, conspiracy mythos. I'm just saying.
Nothing but an illusion. A false world within which most are imprisoned, unable to effectively identify what is real. As people go about their day-to-day lives, they think that their world is authentic, but that every individual is truly plugged into an artificial reality severed from the real world. While people suffer, there is a tremendous benefit to the ruling overlords, who in the film were a form of AI. As it relates to us, this AI is in essence the demiurge.
Ah, of course.
The demiurge was described as a force, a deity, or a consciousness.
A Tool album cover,
of the
if you will.
World and reality. However, in a way, it had imposed itself over top of the true reality, the supreme oneness that created all things. In this, it was a false god who had assumed authority over the world, masking the living beings, namely us, from the supreme truth, the highest order of creation, and making us believe that what we experienced as real, the physical reality that we are a part of, was the true, authentic reality, even though it wasn't. Depending on the school and belief of different Gnostic sects, the demiurge was either seen as something malevolent, deliberately trying to deceive us, or something that was simply ignorant or misguided of its place in the universe.
Okay, so essentially this is his 3.5-hour video where he explains the thesis for his upcoming JRPG that he's making.
Of creation.
Like, I'm guessing the demiurge is going to be the super Jesus god at the end that you and your plucky band of femboys have to fight.
Which led to us becoming lost in the illusion as a result. Said in simple terms, the demiurge was the force behind the physical universe, but within our consciousness, so long as we perceived that which is physical to be real, we were slaves to the illusion of the false or at least incomplete reality. To that end, these ancient people, at least those who are part of the ancient mystery schools, believed that the physical reality was an illusion. They sought to liberate themselves from the illusion.
I don't really care for some of this art right now. This is pretty concerning.
Through varying spiritual practices,
dear God.
From meditation to
plants. Titties. Banned.
In between, in order to connect with higher realms of
it's a floating brain.
And break free of the false world by finding the truth, the supreme oneness within. This is because even the demiurge and the physical universe still stemmed from the supreme oneness, and the light of truth could be found within. Known to the Gnostics as Sophia, meaning wisdom in Greek, it was the act of awakening this divine spark within us.
Is this all connected to, cause remember, Emma Watson in his head is like the Christ Sophia or whatever. Like the personification of all that is perfect in a woman or something. All that is holy and like the ultimate woman. So the Christ Sophia, and he's talking about Sophia. Is this just all fanfic for his waifu?
That would return us to the higher realms, which became the ultimate goal of many Gnostic schools. This is where we find the
it's a new Tool music video, exactly.
From around the
this
world,
is the Tool,
which teach that within this world of suffering, we can release ourselves from the illusion through various forms of mastery and self-discipline.
Oh, I thought you were going to say
both
masturbation.
Physical, emotional, and mental.
So I can get superpowers?
Takes considerable effort and intention to do so. In essence, transcendent people do what is hard, and that's why their lives are easy. People in suffering do what is easy, and that's why their lives are hard. Fast forward to today, there is a tremendous volume of voices from across the internet, exploring ideas, concepts, and
memes, Ugandan knuckles, Trump dancing gifs,
sharing a metric
all sorts of
buttload
things.
memes.
A buttload,
But
a whole
amidst the voices
buttload.
of the masses,
Emma Watson's
we
butt.
find a new concept emerging and being discussed in scientific and even some mainstream circles. An idea that proposes that the entire universe as we know of is actually a hologram.
Oh, I thought you were going to talk about the thing where people in the future apparently get, like, VR simulations of them being, like, born. Because apparently that's a thing in Cyberpunk and Ready Player 1, so how about that? Or Ready Player 2, I guess.
Or a simulation of some kind. Scientifically speaking, if we look at the cosmos from the perspective of quantum mechanics, there is a general acknowledgement that we really don't understand the universe like we thought.
I know the pizza spit, cause I watch Spirit Science.
Behaving in ways that do not make sense in the context of classical mechanics, which revealed discrepancies in the laws of physics. Yet, the laws of physics still stand and apply in a practical sense when talking about our macroscopic world.
Oh,
but the
macroscopic.
fabric of the reality that we live in
This guy's got a
operates
size
on rules
thing, I
that we
gotcha.
have yet to uncover.
Step on
The
me, Emma
holographic
Watson.
universe seems in principle to be very much like how you might expect a movie and a projector to work in tandem. When you watch a movie, you enjoy it linearly, going through it one frame at a time, usually at 24, 30, or 60 frames per second. The stories on the screen follow a narrative of some kind, and generally speaking, there
Okay, now we're getting into like a film essay video. We're gonna talk about how... Oh wow, it's that movie I was just making a joke about earlier. The fucking stupid 10% of your brain movie. Oh god. Show me Limitless next. That's the actual good version of that.
definite laws that make up the universe you
Specifically
are
the TV
experiencing
show.
in film. Yet, the quantum world, on the other hand, is like being able to observe the entire roll of film timelessly at any point, which includes zooming in on individual frames,
Zoom!
playing things backwards, forwards, the sequels and prequels.
That's right, everybody. If only you could unlock the other 90% of your brain, and you could literally rewind time in front of you. That if only you could play time like a record. Oh, this movie looks stupid.
All at the same time. The particles and waves that make up our reality are nonlinear and could potentially imply notions of retrocausality. And while they too follow their own set of laws, they are different from the world we exist in at a macro level.
Someone in chat says, my life runs on the PS4, it's only at 30 FPS. I'll have you know my life is on Ocarina of Time for the N64. It only runs at 15. A nice, crisp, buttery, smooth 15.
Another example of this is found in computer code. What you are seeing on your computer or phone screen at any given time is a filtered projection of what is really going on underneath the surface, designed to be easy for you to interpret. Yet, under the surface of these machines, there is a computer language that is incomprehensible to nearly everyone.
This is incomprehensible to nearly everyone. This is like when you hear someone go on stage at the Oscars and they talk about movies are really just like an optical illusion, right? Like a bunch of pictures in it with some sound thrown together. And it's like, you just go off about this thing, and it's like, we know, jackass, we know, we all saw how it's made. I know how a phone screen works, thank you. You think you're being deep, but I'm pretty sure the deepest thing... I don't know, I was gonna make a reference to the Futurama episode where Bender sees a 2 in the binary code, but anyways.
Languages like binary and machine code are too simple to make complex algorithms effectively in. Instead, programmers use higher-level languages designed to be understood by humans to write code that is then translated into the
I love the people in chat who are freaking out about the volume. It's like almost at max. What is wrong with you? Turn up your volume. I am not your fucking mother. Turn up your own volume, baby. God.
base level machine code.
If I turn it up all the way to max, then you can't hear my stupid, useless quips over the video. And how are you gonna watch the video without my stupid, useless quips?
And binary at the bottom. What you are seeing when you look at your phone or computer monitor ultimately comprises mountains of ones and zeros that lay under the surface of the digital world, just like what is under the surface of our own reality.
Wow, it's so deep!
With the ancient wisdom teaching, as above, so below, a concept that applies on
It's gonna teach us all about the Star Wars ring theory, too.
several levels, describing that which exists in higher realities is a mirror.
Circles within circles!
So as with machine code and binary,
Palpatine's behind it all!
Computational code is equal to and actively creates the digital experience on your devices, but they are two entirely different paradigms. This is the great challenge of modern science today, unifying quantum mechanics and general relativity, because we are unable to comprehend yet how the physical world and tangible substance, continuity, gravity, life, time, and consciousness emerge from this flux field of quantum information, which appears to operate by an entirely different set of laws.
Okay, well, here's something I've learned from watching science fiction for a couple years at least, is that 99% of the time, if someone says the word quantum to you, they're probably not using that word right, and I don't really know the correct definition of that word personally, so maybe he's totally right when he talks about quantum whatever, but I've heard the word quantum like 4 times already, and it's like, man, this is starting to sound like fucking reverse the polarity of the neutron flow.
Related to statistics and probability. Yet, like with machine code and computers, are they really so different? The question then becomes, as many are theorizing today, could our entire reality be nothing more than a simulation? An artificial reality that our consciousness is plugged into? There are some oddities that have been captured on camera that some people believe are glitches in the Matrix. Now maybe these oddities are fake, who knows? But as an example, we do have this curious clip of a bird who is perched in midair without moving before flying away.
Wow, I'm sure that's real.
News footage from Russia several years ago.
Dude, that bird was clearly... Look at this.
Flying away.
That bird... That bird was clearly perched on one of the invisible trees in San Andreas that doesn't load in correctly because it's a PS2 game. Like, don't worry, just wait a couple seconds and the tree will pop in and it'll be fine.
Flying away.
There's a whole forest there,
also
bro.
This news footage from Russia several years ago that someone caught an individual levitating on camera. But when the guy with the camera called out to them, the girl dropped down and ran away. Now, again, I'm not trying to say...
Look at this.
An individual levitating on camera. But
when it came time for the girl to come down from her miraculous levitation...
When the guy with the camera called out to them...
it just so happens the video got weird and shaky for a second, and then, oops, uh-oh, she was on the ground. Wow, weird. Isn't that strange how that happens?
The girl dropped down and ran away. Now, again...
That was an art project?
This is evidence of a real-life Matrix, but it certainly compels...
Yeah, someone in chat says she was in creative, bro. Come on. She was busy building a Mega Man.
Curiosity. And this is what it's really all about. Humanity living in the question, in the mystery of life. And these strange occurrences that beg us to ask the question, what is the true nature of reality? Now, on that note, I encourage you to please do your own research and go down these rabbit holes yourself and make up your own mind.
Well, listen, asshole, this is a 4-hour video. If you can't do the fucking research for me in this 4-hour one would assume that the 4-hour video might be research in and of itself, but I guess not.
In this way, you become a conduit of free thought, rather than following in the herd mentality of that which has been established for you by the powers that be and society at large.
Society!
Even if the laws of physics as we know them today say that this is impossible, levitation or birds perched in midair, We also know that the laws of physics...
Even if people say that they Photoshop those things as an art project for their class, that's nonsense. That's all lies. It's all fabrications and lies.
...are incomplete. We don't even know how to properly fit gravity into our standard model of physics. And perhaps unlocking these secrets will change everything for us.
Okay, I knew I wasn't gonna get far. We're not even 15 minutes in. I knew I wasn't gonna get far without making a reference to the Arion album, The Theory of Everything, which is basically what this video is. But it's a shorter and better way of getting the same concept across.
And this brings us to our primary key.
A
With
reason
our
to
conspiracy
believe.
theory of everything. The basis from which everything to come will build off of. The demiurge is, in essence, a lesson about the illusion of reality. That the entire world as we conceive it to be is based on what we perceive with our physical senses, which is a limited experience of the totality of that which exists in the...
You know, I will say, people always say, whenever the concept of the, like, simulation universe thing, this is me playing devil's advocate, whenever the concept of that comes up, people always say, well, and I say it to an extent, because, like, that's the first thing you think of is, like, well, what would it really matter if it was, like, a simulation, if we were all being simulated? But I guess the point that he's trying to make is, like, you can unlock your abilities if you learn how to manipulate the weave of reality or whatever. So basically, it's the science fiction story I wrote as a kid when I was 12, and I never finished. It's pretty much that. And yeah, I mean, you know, if we were in a matrix, I suppose there's something to be said for maybe you could figure out a way to, like, fucking, I don't know, glitch yourself. But, I mean, would you really want to? You'd fucking wind up in the nether dimension. You'd wind up in the space between spaces. I don't know.
Whole universe. This idea suggests that the illusion of the cosmos is incomplete, and as long as we believe in only it by itself, we too shall remain incomplete. We are living within a material universe, yes, but there is more to the cosmos than just that. And as long as we choose to believe in this limited reality, we will continue to perpetuate its existence. It is only by embracing that which we don't know and asking the right questions can we break free of the fetters that bind us. In the Emerald Tablets of Thoth the Atlantean, there is a great deal of discussion that describes the human soul as a light trapped in the veil of the night, a metaphor suggesting that the night is the illusion of separateness.
Oh yes, life is a metaphor,
disconnected
okay.
from the supreme oneness, or simply trapped in illusions in general. Basically anything that is not the highest truth. It is the unilluminated mind that actively creates the reality that it perceives to be real, and as such, humanity lives out its days in the dark, veiled...
somebody in chat says my voice is too loud compared to the video. Just a second. Let me help you out with that. Let's
in the illusion of one's own beliefs, disconnected from any...
How's this working?
Reality.
Does this sound better now?
Portrayed excellently
How about this?
in Marvel's Doctor Strange,
any better?
when Stephen denies
Doctor
anything
Strange.
beyond
Hey
the
guys,
material
can you hear me
universe,
now?
and then is shown a glimpse of the multidimensional nature of reality, that thoughts are things. He is shown that all of us steer the reality field by our conscious intent. But yet, as we become complacent in the creation of our lives, we give up control of the driver's seat.
I'm sorry if I snap when it comes to, if I get snippy when it comes to the mic thing. You have no idea, dude. I bought this fucking Blue Yeti back in, like, November, and I have not been able to figure out how to make this fucking thing sound right since. I have got the gain knob the lowest it can possibly go on this thing, and people still tell me it sounds like shit. I don't know, man. I'm trying my best. But I will try to perfect it.
But then the question is, who is driving the ship?
Literally
Anyone and everything else.
The captain guy
Carl
from
Jung called it the collective
Banjo-Kazooie.
unconscious, the collective mind field of everyone whose thoughts and feelings influence our own very decisions and actions by the concentration of their energetic weight. Whether it be the media, the news, advertisements, what your family or friends tell you, or things that you just happen across on the internet. Ultimately, all of it is processed by our egos, which shape who we think we are as we disconnect further from the nature of our being. So the question then becomes, what is the truth? What is the higher reality? And how do we connect with it? The ancient wisdom teachings describe that the quest for wisdom, or enlightenment, or the true nature of being, is a continuous journey into the unknown, and the illumination that we are active creators of our lives,
dude, Trump the musical,
not simply
nice.
beholden unto the preconceived patterns that we've been following in.
I gotta say, I'm more interested most of the time in the shit that he's showing as stock footage. Can we jump ahead to, like, when we get to the good shit? We're doing the first official jump ahead. Because, like, I'm not sitting through literally all of this. I'm gonna skip around to the parts where there's, like, aliens and, I don't know, old people.
Were observed being brought into and out of the home repeatedly during that time.
What are we talking about?
Prince on at least 3 separate occasions. The overwhelming evidence suggests that Prince Andrew is guilty, and he nearly incriminated himself during his BBC interview, attempting to respond to these
Nah, dude,
allegations.
he's totally innocent.
In the
It's
interview,
bogus.
Prince Andrew claimed that his final meeting with Epstein was purely to tell him, "I am cutting off contact with you," and then proceeded to stay at Epstein's place for 3 days while young women were observed being brought into and out of the home repeatedly during that time. When questioned why he stayed there for 3 days, he claimed that it was purely a convenient location to stay while he was in town.
So why are we getting into Pizzagate stuff? How did we go? Okay, you know, this is why we don't skip around, because clearly we somehow went from the fucking consciousness and the theory of life itself to Pizzagate and Jeffrey Epstein. I'm not really sure, but honestly, I'm not gonna go back. There's no going back in this one. We're just rolling with it.
Any of these women, despite a claim that observed him getting a foot massage from a young woman inside the house during that time. Epstein was a domino, revealing a much larger
he was a dominant
sex trafficking ring that is going on worldwide. As we know definitively.
Yeah, they're not
that
real
Bill
people. They
Clinton
were
himself had
simulations.
been to
Come on,
Epstein
bro.
Island, Jeffrey's favorite place to take and rape young women. Bill had
Remember,
been
guys, Jeffrey Epstein only simulated suicide,
there
allegedly.
at least 20 times, and Hillary Clinton had been there at least 6,
Uh-oh.
along with a notable list of high-profile individuals who have also visited.
Okay, now I know Woody Allen's got a checkered history, but why are we singling him out with the little emoji? Come on. What? Why are we singling out Meryl Streep? What's going on here? You know, I get it, Woody Allen, but there's Justin Roiland and Kathy Griffin. Like, come on. I don't know.
In the Virgin Islands. The question then is, how big and how deep does this really go?
How deep does it go?
Prince Andrew, the Duke of York, was this heavily involved with Epstein. Who else might be connected with this network of pedophiles and rapists?
Dude, we're not even like, are we even like a 10th of the way through this stream? Like, are we even a 10th of the way through this fucking video? We're already on to the deep ring of pedophiles and in the deep state. Like, holy shit, dude. Wow. I mean, hey, at least the heavy hitters are all throughout, you know? I figured it was gonna wait a while before it gets into the real crazy, but like, nah.
Epstein's scandal was akin to tripping over something big, and it's up to all of us to pull back the curtains and reveal what's really going on. The stories and conspiracy theories around this go very deep, suggesting that at the highest level, the ruling elite of the world sustain themselves on the energy of the innocent, that pedophilia and rape gives an individual
Oh my
a
God.
high, taking one's purity,
Are we really
shattering
doing
one's
this?
innocence, and giving them a feeling of power and authority over others through horrifying.
Okay, see, can we acknowledge now that this is a verified channel with 1 million subscribers that is currently, first of all, I don't know what's going on here, but chat's got a new waifu, I'm sure, but that's currently going off on fucking, like, the Pizzagate adrenochrome gate, like, vampires or whatever. Like, I don't know, man. You know, free speech is great, but you're talking to me about the Pizzagate child vampire people that suck the essence out of children or whatever you think they do. I don't know, man. I just, you know, I don't know. We're just very early into this video, and this is happening for one thing, but also everything else is going on.
Sexual energy manipulation. But this isn't even the worst part, with stories of adrenochrome, a compound formed by the oxidation of adrenaline in the body, formed naturally when we experience extreme fear and stress. The pervading theory on the internet,
of course, these people got their ideas from Monsters, Inc. Amazing.
That the ruling elite of the world used children in insidious rituals, torturing them, draining their blood, extracting the adrenochrome, and injecting it within themselves, providing them with heightened energy and the appearance of youthfulness, among other things. It should be known that adrenochrome first made it big due to Aldous Huxley's 1954 book, The Doors of Perception, discussing the nature of adrenochrome.
Oh god, there's some retard in chat with the classic, free speech is great, but is there a more Canadian statement that can be made? Fuck off. Yes, free speech is great, but when you have a 1 million subscriber verified YouTube channel telling people, hey guys, I don't know, I'm just saying there's a possibility that there might be a bunch of Pizzagate child vampires out there raping children around the world. Like, I don't know. Yeah, maybe don't do that. I don't know. Yeah. What is the defense for that, really? Just, no, it's fine. It's fine that we have a verified channel spouting complete fucking bullshit. That's fine. I mean, I don't know, dude. I don't agree with that. That's to be said. I've heard the classic argument of, you know, there's no such thing as free speech is great, but it's everything or nothing, and it's like, well, that would be cool, except there's a lot of stupid fucking idiots in the world, so I don't know. I don't know.
And was later referenced in Hollywood movies.
All I'm saying is maybe don't verify the channel. At the very least, just don't verify the channel that's telling me about the Pizzagate adrenochrome vampires. Like, that's all I'm asking. Don't verify that channel, because I'm also a verified channel, and, you know, it really brings down the average. It's lowering the GPU standard, you know?
A Clockwork Orange with
GPA, the GPA. It's lowering the average.
adrenochrome, as well as in the film Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas, which many suggest is the true origin of this theory.
Right.
However,
this theory. Many retards who can't separate fact from fiction believe that this is the true origin of this theory. The same retards who go on and on about red pills and fucking the Matrix also think that the adrenochrome vampires were being hinted at in the fucking Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas. Okay, yeah. Yeah, and The Simpsons predicted 9/11. Are we gonna get there? How long till we get there? Because that's probably in this video, too. It may be easy to.
Anomalies that stand out.
Oh, anomalies.
Investigating this material.
That's right.
The biggest may very well be the conspiracies and scandals surrounding Hillary Clinton.
Oh, shit.
A particular laptop previously owned by former US politician Anthony Weiner. On November 4th, 2016, Eric Prince appeared on Breitbart Radio, and he outlined the discoveries on the Weiner laptop.
Okay, well, we're starting off strong with... This man showed up on Breitbart today. We've got a hot scoop in the National Enquirer this afternoon. Oh, jeez, yeah. You guys remember the Project Veritas thing? Where this motherfucker tried to tell everybody that he had the big inside scoop on Hillary Clinton. And, you know, I wanted to believe him because I don't particularly care for Hillary Clinton. So I sat there and I watched a stupid video and it was going off about, like, Donald ducks his taxes or something. Some stupid conspiracy theory about, like, Donald Duck, Donald Trump. It was the dumbest thing I've ever heard in my life. And, yeah, this is almost where we're at now.
That was being blocked by Attorney General Lynch. He said that they found a lot of really damning criminal information.
I'm sure they did.
Laundering and the fact that Hillary went to the sex island with Jeffrey Epstein.
This is the thing, right? It's like, I think this is all retarded, but I'm also like, yeah, Hillary was probably involved in that. I believe that. That's believable. You know, it's a little bit of truth in some of this. I don't know. Allegedly, I'm just spitballing here.
Sidney Powell at Hillsdale College called out the FBI, claiming that there is a lot that can be prosecuted there, and that some of the police officers who initially were investigating the laptop saw some things that made them have to go and throw up.
Oh yeah.
Shortly after that,
I saw a couple of spicy Pepe memes that were just a little too rare.
The NYPD chief who was directly involved in Anthony Weiner's laptop case killed himself.
Oh man.
Or at least, so the story goes.
5 gunshots to the back of the head.
The official
Suicide.
story is that Epstein killed himself. However, investigations into the nature of his death calls all of this into question.
Now here's the thing, right, is like, you know, if you thought Epstein's suicide, right? Let's get into the conspiracy, right? This seems to me like a false flag, like a red herring. Like if there's some serious deep state shit going on, and there probably is, because there's pictures of him with all sorts of fucking high up there people. But like, if something like that's going on, they're probably not gonna leave behind all these mountains of evidence for fucking 60 minutes or whatever to be like, oh, what's really going on here? Like, no, they'd cover their tracks. They get that ICA Agent 47 silent assassin shit. They would not. They'd not leave a bunch of sloppy shit behind so that people could like speculate. So I don't know.
Essentially,
little extra conspiracy
was
fuel.
Not suicide, but rather that he had information that he could have used to prosecute many high-level individuals.
Yeah, it was Hitman 3. That's
shut
right.
him up before he had the chance to speak. As far as Hillary's emails go, many claimed that certain code words were being used consistently to refer to children for use in strange and mysterious events.
Now, is this just like the Wayfair mystery or whatever? People shipping fucking children in cots or whatever that shit was. I swear to God, every 6 months there's a new like secret pedophile ring conspiracy. It's great, but I'm sure this one's real.
Of course, the conspiracy gets even darker from there,
I'm sure
suggesting
it does.
that at the highest level,
Slender Man?
manipulation of our species
Aliens?
may even come from a non-human source.
Oh, aliens!
Of a reptilian nature.
Oh boy!
The theory suggests that Epstein was merely one messed up pawn in a much larger game of controlling and influencing.
He's not just a clown, he's the whole
Range
circus.
as to whether or not these reptilians are physical shapeshifters, non-physical entities who control people's minds, or a scapegoat theory for something else entirely. The idea itself was illustrated very well in the movie They Live.
Can you people please stop comparing? This is just the crazy person version of Ready Player One. This is just some asshole going off about how, oh, this worldview is exactly this way, and it's just based on They Live and The Matrix and fucking Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas. And The Simpsons, probably. Like, Jesus Christ, guys. If this was a novel, this would just be going over like, wow, I learned about the secret alien conspiracy. It was just exactly like the one from that classic 80s film, They Live, from John Carpenter. I remembered the scene where he took off where he put on the sunglasses. Like, that's all this is. This keeps trying to tie these stupid fucking conspiracies back to movies. And it's like, no, dipshit, it's a movie. Star Wars don't reel, and neither does They Live.
Showing people as weird aliens who used a particular signal from a radio tower to mask their appearance from the public, but were otherwise living among us. And
oh, he said it! He said the thing!
And you can watch
guys,
that video.
The imposter is sus right now.
Breakdown of this movie right here on our channel.
Oh, great. I'm so excited.
The ones pulling all of the strings today are generally called the deep state,
The deep
manipulative group controlling human consciousness through
the
various
Patriots.
means. But with that, the mysteries of who is behind all of this aside, how exactly do the world elite control human consciousness? Due to the sheer volume of control mechanisms.
Now, we're almost a half an hour into this. We've so far covered the universe is a simulation and Epstein and Pizzagate pedos. So, you know, I don't know. I feel like we've taken a bit of a leap here from literally the origin of the universe and the demiurge to Jeffrey Epstein and They Live. You know, I feel like we might have missed, I don't know, ancient Greece, maybe a couple other things along the way.
Here we're going to provide a lighter overview, and you are encouraged to explore these as you see fit. Fear and scarcity.
In Las Vegas?
At the highest level of control, fear is one of the most easiest methods to control the population in mass. This is a two-way street that binds the influence from the elite and us together, for we actively perpetuate the problem when we live from fear and scarcity, spreading it around to each other like a nasty virus. Fear can be used to corral people in all manner of directions, to take actions that are not in their best interest, or to give up their power and control to others.
Oh, I get it. You also like the Scarecrow from Batman. Very cool.
Our food. For the most part, all of the food that we're eating today...
Kathy, don't go to the supermarket today. Don't go, Kathy, don't go.
...healthy for us. Whether it's processed foods, rich with salt, sugar, and fat,
Hell yeah.
even our produce, which has been chemically engineered or sprayed with pesticides and herbicides. We can see this with...
No, I know we don't all want chemically engineered super tomatoes that are the size of our heads and look like that one episode from The Simpsons, but... I don't know, dude, I'm kind of fond of seedless watermelons and seedless grapes. I don't mind those,
Monsanto, who have actually patented seed and
Yeah, now we're on to the food conspiracy. That's right.
Saving seeds, and ultimately controlled the food supply, but have masked it as providing the world food. We recently published a movie called Healing Your Body with Food.
So this is a video called The Conspiracy Theory of Everything, but I think what it really... The better way to describe it is... It's like every different conspiracy theory that just... He created like a cinematic universe to tie them all together, basically. Like, he just took every conspiracy theory about, like, Pizzagate, that's related to it, and the Monsanto, sure, dude, that's in there, too. Why not? Chemtrails? Fuck yeah, dog! Throw that in there, too. The three-eyed fish from... I don't know why I keep referencing The Simpsons, but yeah, that's in there, too.
Science 33, which reveals the truth about food and where it
I mean, yes, Monsanto is bad, but that's not the point.
Into it here, because there is a lot to cover. But if you want to go deeper into this, please watch that movie after this one is done. Ultimately though, the bottom line here appears to be that we are what we eat, and most of us eat far too much, and in that consume too many harmful substances. Fluoride in the water. Some have said that fluoride is the metaphorical tears of the New World Order.
Some have said this, yes? Okay, well, some have said, you know, lots of things, dude. I don't know. There's a lot of people... There's some crazy people raving on street corners all over the place, my man. I don't know. Who are some? Cite, is there a source? Did we just hear that again?
Some have said that fluoride is the metaphorical tears of the New World Order.
Some have said... Yeah, okay. So some have said it. There was a guy on your forum once who wore a fish t-shirt.
And that it's their most widely used weapon against us. The idea, in a nutshell, is that governments put fluoride in our water supply in order to negatively affect huge populations and facilitate mass control, whether for financial gain through the health defects that it causes, or for the purpose of disrupting our connection to the spiritual planes. Any quick search of a fluoride conspiracy brings up notions that it calcifies the pineal gland, the organ in our brain that is often linked to consciousness and the third eye.
I mean, yes, yep, perhaps, but those conspiracies are probably from the same people that are bringing you the They Live and the Matrix conspiracies, so, you know, like, that's the thing, right, is, like, anything you hear in this video that does sound somewhat reasonable at any point, like, oh, Hillary Clinton might have been a fucking weird criminal. Yeah, that's fine, but he's also directly using, like, comparisons to They Live to talk about shit. He's directly comparing things to Avatar: The Last Airbender, so...
The pineal gland being
I mean, I don't know, man.
Originally came from the French philosopher Descartes, who argued that the interaction between non-local consciousness and the physical world occurred
Oh yeah,
inside
dude, Descartes, give her the dick.
If you dig into why water fluoridation began, you find a convoluted, suspicious mess, mostly centering around the aluminum production company Alcoa, who supposedly had a lot of toxic waste to spare that took the form of fluoride as a byproduct of aluminum production. After a single biochemist who was sponsored by them showed in a lab that fluoride affects cavities in rats in 1939, so the story goes, the first public proposal that the US should fluoridate its water supplies were made, not by a doctor, but by an industry scientist.
I gotta be real with you, we're talking about fluoride in the water right now, like, this is just not exciting, man. Fluoride in the water? Like, that's the oldest conspiracy theory. That's like the conspiracy theory my mom used to point to when I was a kid as, like, an example of a crazy person's conspiracy theory, like, oh, talking about the fluoride in the water. That's so lame. Jump ahead to Brad Pitt. I saw Brad Pitt. There you go.
Evan Rachel Wood and Corey Feldman.
What about him?
The news.
Okay, well, I feel like we're not getting more on that if we don't go back a little.
Disturbing subliminal messages in children's entertainment, such as references to suicide and sex found in everything from Disney movies to SpongeBob.
Oh yeah, these fucking stars in the sky are definitely meant to look like the word sex. Maybe they even are. Maybe it's a fucking little joke. Who cares?
But it often goes deeper and darker. The entertainment industry, especially Disney, has seen several instances of hiring young children, making them into massive celebrities, making a fortune off of them, and driving them insane. This has also happened with the K-pop industry, with their so-called slave contracts that force the young singers into decades of servitude, having them work endless hour days and running them to the point of exhaustion.
Stan, we stan, XD. So I'm guessing the point that he's making here is that the, like, adrenochrome reptilian virginity vampires, are, like, sucking the goodness out of children or whatever. And they're doing it with, like, the Disney stars. Is that the idea? And they're doing it for the universe, something to do with the universe. I don't know. Again, this feels like it's out of order. Like, it feels like you lay a little bit more of the groundwork and then you get to how the fucking all of this factors in. You know, you could potentially structure a video like this that could make people believe it, but this is not it.
There
This is
are
just
actually
confusing.
many instances of these young singers collapsing on stage due to exhaustion. This also links back to the conversation of pedophilia networks, for many celebrities have now spoken out about how bad Hollywood really is for pedophilia, including people like Brad Pitt, Elijah Wood, Evan Rachel Wood.
Okay.
The news often
so
perpetuates a story that things are bad and getting worse.
well, that's true.
There is a consistent theme from the news of toxicity, and as people watch this in mass, we come to believe it. And thus...
Okay, I mean, well, now we have our first legit thing. Fuck the media. Fuck the media for, like, telling people that they'll get shot if they go see the Joker just because it's, like, a good story. Fuck the media for hoping that more tragedies happen so that they can, like, fucking spin it to blame people and talk about it for 25-8 news cycles. So, I mean, yeah.
perpetuate it. The people running the news command more attention by spreading this kind of information because bad news gets more attention than positive stories.
Of course.
And therefore, we continue to create this reality. When you're constantly looking at the world in a negative light, you are not looking at your own light. In fact, you don't even know that there is light within you. There is only darkness, shadows, and frightening imagery.
Metal as fuck.
But humanity falls further and further into a world of self-created delusion. It's also worth mentioning that...
So again, this verified million sub YouTube channel is literally saying that, like, oh, this guy's just deluded for talking shit about the QAnon people. They got the right idea. I mean, I don't know. That's just, you know, just leave that in the air. You could think about that one. And again, for all of the people in chat who are on the fence about the QAnon thing, because I know some of you are out there, all I'm saying is, I mean, maybe you feel the way you do, but this guy's comparing all this stuff to the Matrix. So, like, just think about that. Just think about if you legitimately want to compare your worldview to a movie starring Rowdy Roddy Piper from the 80s about aliens. I don't know. But
to a world of self-created delusion. It's also worth mentioning that even the local news is ultimately both written for and controlled by a unified source, regardless of the network. Just watch this clip and you'll see how bad it really is.
Our country.
The sharing of biased and false news has become all too common on social media.
The sharing of biased and false
news has become all too common on social media.
More alarming, some media are true without checking facts first.
Unfortunately, some members of the media use their platforms to push their...
I mean, what do you think? You're trying to prove to us that this is like a party line? Of course it is. All of these channels work for the same companies, so of course they have the same, like, thing. And I mean, I get it. Like, the fake news thing, I get it. It's like, sure, there's people out there, like, it's a whole debate, really. You got channels like this that are, again, verified million sub channels, and they're just going off about things that are not verifiable. They're all just wacko conspiracies. At least this video says that it's the conspiracy theory of everything. So it gives you that forewarning. But I mean, like, you know, it's like the concept of cracking down on fake news is something that people have been trying to do. And I guess I kind of roll my eyes at it some of the time as well, because I'm like, okay, thank you, CNN. I'm sure you'll tell us what's real and trusted. I'm sure we just need to look to fucking Fox News and CNN and MSNBC, because they'll tell us what to believe. Like, yeah, I get it. It's dumb when you've got all these fucking talking heads and Karen Bobs trying to tell you the same exact shit. But it's like, I don't know, man. Again, we're not talking about, like, people always take it to mean, like, oh, they're gonna shut down anybody that has alternative views, but it's literally like, I mean, yeah, they kind of do that sometimes. Most of the time, they kind of just shut down, like, you know, fucking scam, like, multi-level marketing, essential oil shit, or whatever. You know, shit like that, like anti-vax propaganda. I don't know. I guess I understand the anti-media conspiracy, and that's probably one of my preferred conspiracies is fuck the media, because they lie to us. But I don't know, Jordan, though. How does this factor into the alien reptilian child vampires? We're gonna jump ahead a little bit.
For example, scrolling through Reddit's Our What Could Go Wrong channel will bring endless laughter at the ridiculous things that people do every day.
How did we
Yet,
get here?
It is also a clear reflection of our lack of ability to generally exercise a higher consciousness on a regular basis.
Okay, so people are stupid and therefore everybody is not able to... Wow, I can't believe part of this conspiracy theory is people are stupid. I love that. I love that a big part of this conspiracy theory of everything is, well, no, everybody's too fucking retarded and doing dumb shit on their like, you know, for cloud on the internet or whatever. So we can't get to the time travel space, you know, superpower stuff with our brains.
If we really want to evolve, we have to do better. From the very top of the chain
Anyway,
to
now
the very
this
bottom,
disturbing stuff is happening.
It seems clear that there is a problem. At the beginning of this chapter, we said that there is a sickness running through the underbelly of human consciousness. And while we have explored the idea that this sickness may be perpetuated and inflicted upon us by a demonic consciousness, whether it's sick, twisted psychopaths, a reptilian species, or demonic entities themselves, the truth is that we actively
Why not all three?
perpetuate it by staying asleep, pessimistic, and disconnected. And such is the nature of this chapter within the conspiracy theory of everything. Upon exploring the spiritual path, we can see that we remain complacent due to the disconnection of...
Boy, I sure hope he got the rights to use all of these short animated films that he's, like, showing off here. Sure would suck if he was using all of those without, like, asking the creators.
Of our souls. For when we live...
Do you think he asked all of the artists who made this shit, hey, do you mind if I use your art, your short animated film or whatever, your video? You mind if I use it as stock footage in my video telling you how, like, adrenochrome Godzilla reptile monster aliens are attacking us? Can I do that?
From the ego, we live as self-centered, materialistic, pleasure-seeking beings who do not actively perceive or care for the search for anything greater. The soul is the voice of truth, love, and compassion within you.
Okay.
The most authentic...
So all we need to do is take a bunch of fucking drug tea and jerk off to Emma Watson instead, and we can be on a higher plane of consciousness then. I gotcha. Okay.
and
Very
highest
cool.
version of you. It is the eye of awareness within your heart that connects you to everything, that sees and knows that all things are connected. However, in mass, there are so many who are disconnected from the soul and don't even believe that it exists. Thus, ideas like this are often ridiculed and demeaned by the masses, which further...
Guys, I can't believe it. We're like all just lemmings, like walking off the cliff. Did you ever think about how we're all just like sheep? But we're like people who are sheep. We're like sheep people or something. It's like, I don't know, I'm gonna workshop the phrase, but like, damn, dude. I don't know, man. I'm 9 years old and this is pretty deep.
It's the soulless body of human consciousness running rampant. A body of ego. Obviously, this makes it very easy for the elite to control the collective mind using all of the ways that we've explored, because we are not operating from a state of higher collective consciousness. Rather, we are operating as if we are chickens with our heads cut off. Yet, if even but a glimpse of...
Yeah, well, you know, the only people that ever talk about the higher consciousness all seem to want me to pay them, or some other crazy shit, or they compare their ideology to films like The Matrix. I'm not gonna come off of this. I know I keep coming back to that, but it's like, I don't know, for me, the buck stops at the moment you're like, yeah, this is just like that thing in The Matrix. If you ever saw that movie, we live in a world that's just like that. I know that's hard to believe, but it's like, no, I'm done. I'm done after that. Like, anything else you have to tell me, sure, yeah, the media sucks, okay, but The Matrix. Okay, yeah, sure, Hillary Clinton's probably bad, but The Matrix, like, I agree with 0.5% of what you're throwing out there, but The Matrix is just kind of overbearing on all of this.
Psychedelic experiences, or other personal transformational revelations. An individual is usually changed forever. It is very difficult to go back to the way things were when you suddenly see and experience within that you are a part of something so much greater than yourself.
Oh, this is such a crock of shit, dude. I hate that. That's dangerous. That is legitimately dangerous, what he's saying right now. Can we go through this again?
Dreams, near-death experiences, psychedelic experiences, or other personal transformational revelations. An individual is usually changed forever. It is very difficult to go back to the way things were when you suddenly see and experience within that you are a part of something so much greater than yourself.
Yeah, that is dangerous when you're saying, okay, dreams, sure, whatever, blah, 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 psychedelic experiences. So you're basically just telling people, hey, you should really try some fucking drugs, bro. So you can, you too can have a psychedelic experience. And, yeah, I mean, it's very hard to go back to life as normal after you fucking fried your brain on LSD and become Syd Barrett from Pink Floyd. Well, yeah. Yeah, it's pretty hard to go back to reality once you fucking ruined your life on drugs. So, I mean, there may be some truth. I know there's some people that have had some cool experiences on drugs, hasn't ruined their lives or whatever, and they've seen some interesting things, and that's all well and good, but there's a lot of people out there on your million sub YouTube channel with a verified checkmark that are going to see this and they're going to go, oh, so I should get some LSD then so I can, like, open up my third eye and have a psychedelic experience? I got you, bro. Gotcha.
And that your own thoughts, feelings, and actions have a direct...
He did say it was traumatic, but he's also talking about how it's, like, gonna give you awareness and all this stuff, and that's gonna overpower it for most people who are gonna be like, well, yeah, it might be traumatic, but, like, think about all the cool stuff, though, bro. It's gonna be like I'm living in a kaleidoscope, dude.
Direct impact on the world around you. How could you go back to being ignorant of this once you know a higher truth?
I don't know, dude.
We must be mindful that solving
laziness
this
is
problem
strong.
must be taken from both ends of the spectrum. Those who are perpetuating the crimes against humanity, the mass manipulation, the pedophiles, the rapists, the murderers, all of them must be brought to justice. However, if we think this will solve all of our problems, we are sorely mistaken. For if we remain asleep and complacent, we remove one leader and a new one just takes its place, and the cycle continues forever. Thus, the other half...
Okay, so this guy in chat, Yagami Fire, is just being like, purposefully obstinate, so you can go sit in the naughty corner.
Half of the equation is that we must also take...
I don't know, dude. I mean, again, it's like, I don't mean to punish people for, like, disagreeing with me, but when I scroll through the chat and I literally just see every comment from the same guy being like, yeah, but you're stupid, though. Ugh. Like, okay, well, go listen to your potential rapist spirit science, then.
Take it upon ourselves, each of us, to evolve our...
Allegedly.
Thinking, to heal the
Just
connection
alleged by the woman who alleges that he raped her, you know, allegedly.
with our soul.
Should we watch that video real quick? Why don't we go do that real quick? Hang on, just a sec. Hang on. You know I've been talking about it, so I really should show it. I have shown this before. I showed this the last time I talked about spirit science. But, I mean, I guess I might as well just, spirit science rape. Now, again, we don't know how true this is. I don't know necessarily how true this is. But there's some talk about this in the past. We got some trigger warnings and whatnot. And, oh yes, this is the video, yes. Okay, let's listen to this. Boom, boom, boom. No, go full screen. Can you go full... Okay, so that's not full screen. There you go. Okay. Hang on a sec. So again, I'm not necessarily saying that this guy has done anything wrong. All I'm saying is there's this video, and you know, as a fun aside, as we're watching his conspiracy theory of everything, why don't we watch a different video about spirit science? Proprietor of the popular YouTube page, Facebook page, whatever. Responsible for the rape of a woman in 2012, he will not be facing charges for his crime. Following audio is an excerpt of the pretext call between the victim and the perpetrator. The call was recorded in cooperation with the Portland Police Department, where Douchnitz was under investigation. I'm assuming that's how you say his name. I'm not even trying to be an asshole. Is this the best quality we got? I guess it is. Alright, Douchnitz, come on. The following audio contains graphic description of various things, viewer discretion and whatnot.
Clearly said no. I kept saying no. And I don't know, I just want to understand why. Like, I just want to be able to put the past behind us, behind this, and move forward, you know?
Yeah.
I just need to understand. And I know we've kind of talked about this before in those, on Facebook.
Okay, so I remember there's a part of this video where he starts talking. Does that not happen? Wow, there's a lot of just silence.
Are you able and willing to come down to Arizona and see me when I'm down there?
Oh, is this him? Is this his voice? Is this like a recording of him?
I don't know, because this is like the whole reason why, like, I haven't been able to talk to you in years. Like, I
mean, on a purely, like, if it's just the logic of understanding, like, there's a combination of things, but the alchemical ingredients for what happened were really, one, how old was I, 20? Like, a 20-year-old boy who is overcome with desire for...
Alright, well, we're not gonna go into everything here. I don't know if I need to, like, go through the whole thing, but again, you know, there's some interesting stuff about douchenitz here, and I don't know, it's imperative to keep that in mind. Again, million subscribers, verified channel, it's imperative to keep that sort of stuff in mind. You know, he does say he was certainly, like, that was 2012, I don't know, I know they say to believe women and everything. I'm not saying that she's necessarily lying or anything like that. I'm sure there might be more info out there. But, you know, there's a chance that he might not have done anything. You know, I'm not saying to sell anyone down the river here. I'm not out here to cancel people. That's not what we're all about here. But I just figured I'd show that video again, because I do remember showing that the last time I talked about spirit science, and, you know, it's just worthy of being mentioned. I don't know. A fun little aside is probably not the best way to put it, but we're gonna get back into things here. It looks like we're going to space, everybody. This guy looks like he's having fun.
Identifying that not only are they real, but they have no idea what they are. One particular interesting subject in this discussion is the work of Robert Dean, a retired command sergeant major who, after that job, became a ufologist, and had been very public about his experiences with UFOs and ETs up until his passing away in 2018. At one point, he gave a presentation, the full thing of which you can find available on YouTube,
Well, he did admit to something. That's true. That is true. Yeah, actually, now that you mention it, that's true. I don't know, I don't want to be out here just, like, literally saying a guy did something that's, like, a crime. I guess that's my point. But he does sound like he admitted to something, yeah. Yeah, I don't know, again, like, it's a tricky thing. I don't know what his side of things is really now. And I don't want to get into that whole thing. I'm not here to, like, cancel people. But I felt like, since I keep, like, mentioning how that's a thing that lingers over spirit science, and has for some time, I don't know, it was worth it to show the video. So yeah, it seems that he's admitted to some less than... It's an alchemical reaction, according to him. Which I guess means, well, I was I was horny, come on, it's fine. But again, I don't want to just, like, you know, say that a guy did something that's, like, horribly illegal. Based on some little bit of a video that I watched, and that's not the whole focus of the stream. So sure there's more information out there, but I'm not here to cancel anybody. I'm here to talk about Bob Dean and his wonderful haircut.
Counting many of the things that he saw in the military and NASA. The most interesting of which being the story of
imagine robbing a store and being like, it's okay, I'm 20.
Now, many people today...
It was worth it for an alchemical reaction. Yeah, dude, it's just, it's like it's magic! Yeah, there you go.
Believe that the moon landing itself is a conspiracy, that it was faked because of certain things that stand out about the moon landing that don't make sense.
See, you see what I mean with this? This is, like, so completely fucking disorganized. I'm sure he had some, like, very thin, tenuous thing to connect this to the fucking other stuff before, but, like, now we're just talking about, like, how every conspiracy theory is... I guess every conspiracy theory is just real. Like, the thing about this video that's so dumb, right, is, like, you put 4 hours into this fucking video, and it's supposed to be the conspiracy theory of everything, and maybe you could just consider it like, oh, it's a bit of fun, whatever, haha, but it's clearly not just a bit of fun. And the thing is, none of this fucking makes sense if any part of this... Well, okay, maybe not any part, but, like, if, like, basically... If most of this isn't real, if even just, like, a couple of big things aren't real, and maybe some of it is real, maybe some of these conspiracies in this video are real. I'm sure he's gonna go into, like, 9/11 and all kinds of crazy shit later. But, like, if even a couple of the things that he says in this video aren't real, then his whole entire conspiracy theory of everything falls apart. And it's not exactly hard, obviously, to collapse the house of cards that is this conspiracy theory of everything that's based on the Matrix and They Live. But, you know, what I'm saying is it's like we're expected to believe it's so much easier to believe these conspiracy theories on their own. But when we're expected to believe that they're, like, all factored into this fucking, again, it's like a cinematic universe of conspiracyism in real life. I don't know, man. Like, the moon landing probably wasn't faked from what I've seen, from what I've heard, at least. From what actual film people have said. It probably wasn't faked. So if the moon landing wasn't faked, then who's to say that, like, any of your other shit you're talking about isn't fucking full of shit? I don't know, man. I don't know, man. It just strikes me as, like, you got a 4-hour video and it would have made more of an impact if it was shorter. Because if it was shorter and it just had, like, a couple of conspiracies, maybe some that seem like they actually make some sense together, like, then I could maybe be like, oh, okay, yeah, you know, this and the media and this, okay, I gotcha. Sure, I see what you're putting out there. But when you're trying to connect the fucking moon landing to Epstein, I don't know, dude. I don't know. And we got aliens. We're getting into the aliens.
Good thing, but at the very least, trying to see things from every perspective. Specifically, there was an ex-CIA operative who spoke with AJ Plus at one point, and she described that the single most important thing that she learned from her time as basically a spy was that everyone believes they are the good guy. So even if this event did happen, whoever it is at NASA who controlled all of the information probably did it believing they were doing the right thing. We will return to Robert Dean at another point soon.
But are we going to talk about the flat Earth, though? Because NASA's also... Because there you go again, it's like, this is what happens when you try to keep this fucking canon of all of this shit that's technically all supposed to be real. And it's like, oh, NASA was in on the moon landing, but also NASA's apparently been lying to everybody for the entirety of history that the Earth is not flat, which it actually is, apparently. I'm sure we'll get to that too, but it's like, yeah, you're gonna encounter some plot discrepancies, some plot holes where you're like, well, wait a second, hang on, hang on, the SHIELD didn't exist at this point in the MCU, wait a second.
Because he shared something else that was very interesting. However, first we have to discuss this.
Oh, what?
You may be familiar with a man named Bob Lazar.
Oh, this hoax?
If not the first to come forward with inside leaks about the secret government UFO program.
Tell me about Billy Meyer next.
Hired in the late 1980s to reverse engineer.
No, actually, I'm talking out my ass here. I actually don't know much about Bob Lazar and if he was, like, full of shit. He seems like he's full of shit from what I've like, actually seen, but I don't know. Could be real. I do not know about this one.
Engineer purported extraterrestrial technology.
Billy Meyer is a
he
fucking
described
hoax,
was
though.
a secret site called S4, a site similar to
Remloza!
51. He described that he had access to a recovered UFO ship and for several years was attempting to discover the secrets of how it worked. Lazar claimed that the propulsion of the studied vehicle was fueled by the chemical element with the atomic number 115, known today as Moscovium, or E-115, which at the time was named Unumpentium, since it hadn't been created yet. However, it was first synthesized in 2003 by a joint...
So the theory of, the conspiracy theory of everything is going to create our Remlazars, right? Like, because every kid needs their Remlazars.
team of Russian and American scientists for real. He said that the propulsion system relied on a stable isotope of E-115, which supposedly generated a gravity wave after being excited by livermorium.
You know, he started talking about Russian scientists, and I just imagined, like, what if he starts going off into, like creepypastas? Like, midway through this video, he just starts talking about the Russian sleep experiment, and he's like, oh yeah, and you want to know who's behind all the adrenochrome guys? Slender Man. It's him. He's really there. Like, I don't know. Would that be any stupider or less believable than, like, fucking reptilians from They Live?
Element 116, during proton bombardment. He argued that the decay
Stock footage of
brought
goop?
about by the reaction between the two elements would include gravitons.
Yeah, dude, Sonic.exe, that's the demiurge.
That is thought to be responsible for gravity. In his new Netflix documentary, he used the analogy that the craft is kind of like a bowling ball.
Oh my god, Chad is right. Chad is right. Remlazar did do 9/11, so, I mean, there's at least one conspiracy theory link right there.
If you were to put a ball onto a piece of fabric or your bedsheet, and then proceeded to push down on the areas around it, the bowling ball would fall forward into the bends and gaps that you create around it. In this way, the craft would kind of just fall through space by distorting space-time around it, like in a continuous rolling motion. This is what allowed the vehicle to fly and to evade visual detection by bending light around it.
By not existing.
It levitated silently, and when it was activated, he was unable to even put his hand on it, because the force would repel his hand away like a strong gravitational field. According to intel that he received while at S4, the ship, which was one of 9 that the military had access to, was originally from the twin binary star system called Zeta Reticuli, and had belonged to the Greys, which are the most common visual of aliens that we generally see today.
Oh, we're getting into the fucking little gray alien men from fucking, this is just an X-Files episode now. You know, at least this movie is better than the 2008 X-Files movie. That's the best we can say.
When you think of what an alien might look like, we even have an emoji for it. He also explained that the way that the military worked was so secretive that they wouldn't even let the various divisions studying the craft to communicate with each other, so progress on reverse engineering the technology was very slow. While one group would be working on controls, another on propulsion, and another on, well, you get the picture. But due to this isolation, they wouldn't easily be able to identify how the different parts of the ship were interconnected and worked together, and thus reverse engineering became very difficult. This was especially challenging because supposedly the ship was entirely interconnected. There weren't really any moving parts. It seemed to be one...
Dude, I want the discopter. That looks so stupid. That's like the Homer Simpson car. I love it.
Singular solid object. The seat and floor and panels and walls were all one singular material, with no sharp edges anywhere. An entirely different kind of machine than anything we're used to today. Now, after Lazar came out publicly about this, his life fell apart. Many people quickly looked into his life and found that he seemingly never had any of the education degrees that he claimed to have had. Yet, upon deeper investigation, documents stored away in his old university proved that he was telling the truth. Bob explained that after he came out publicly, he received a phone call from his ex-employers who said, "Do you have any idea what we're going to do to you now that you've done this?" And for many
he does
years,
claim that,
Bob
I'm sure he
suffered
does.
as much of his past was erased, and he was made to look like a fool in front of the masses.
The masses
Now,
being this
Bob's
stock
story is a
footage.
very interesting one. My highest recommendation is checking out the documentary he created with Jeremy Corbell called Bob Lazar, Area
Well,
51 and
hang on. Isn't this like a fucking hack fraud documentary? I vaguely remember this. Like, isn't Jeremy Corbell, the guy who made it, like just a complete psycho? I mean, not psycho, but like a fucking fraud. Like, he's just a complete fraud. I might be wrong about this, but this might be a different one I'm thinking of, but I seem to remember hearing that the Bob Lazar documentary on Netflix was a complete fucking travesty and not to watch it.
flying saucers, as well as the Joe Rogan podcast that they appeared on, where Bob goes deep into the story of what happened and what he learned. But Bob isn't the only one to come forward with some fascinating stories, and this brings us to Dr. Stephen Greer, who founded the Center for the Study of Extraterrestrial Intelligence, or CSETI, in 1990 to create a diplomatic and research-based initiative to contact extraterrestrial civilizations, along with the Disclosure Project in 1993, a research project devoted to disclosing to the public information that the government...
Alright, okay, aliens, let's jump ahead a little bit, because we do not actually have all night. We got reptilians! Oh, I hope we get to Ashtar!
Things mentioned in many Gnostic texts that have identified themselves as demons and rulers of the seven
demons
planets
and
in their
reptilians,
division,
nice!
mostly having the ultimate goal of preventing souls from leaving the material realm. He claims that because of this, they have gone by many names throughout history, including the Anunnaki from Sumerian myth and the Watchers and Nephilim from the Book of Enoch. He argues that human sacrifice to the gods in the ancient world was actually for the reptilians' benefit, especially the sacrifice of children, because
and once again we're using Monsters Inc. as an example. That's cool.
At the moment of death by sacrifice, a form of adrenaline surges through the body, accumulating at the base of the brain, and is apparently more potent in children, something that is today reminiscent of adrenochrome. Bringing it more into the modern day, he claims that...
Oh my god, these are the most A-Lamau aliens I've ever fucking seen. I could just imagine... Someone set this as your desktop background and just set, like, constant loop of Electric Wizard Dope Throne. Just fucking funeral police! Fucking hotbox that shit.
a genetically modified human Archon hybrid race.
That one on the left is like, bruh.
Or the Illuminati or Freemasons to us today manipulate global events to keep humans in constant fear, so that the Archons
there it is. There's 9/11. We got to it.
Now, he has also claimed that the members of this secret elite are descended from reptilians coming from the Draco constellation. He stated that the reptilians come not only from another planet, but also another dimension, the lower level of the fourth dimension, which he calls the astral plane, the one nearest to the physical world. As of 2003, when his books originally brought this theory out, he said that the reptilian bloodlines include all American presidents, 3 British and 2 Canadian prime ministers.
Again, I mean, I hate to be that guy, but if you look up David Icke, it's the same thing with, like, this guy, where it's just like, look him up and you find all the stupid fucking shit that he said in the last 40 years or whatever. Because, I mean, he's crazy. He's just a crazy man, ultimately. I mean, he might be a bit of a fraud, but I think he's also genuinely a bit crazy. Because David Icke, if you don't remember, which is to say this guy, if you don't know who this guy is, he used to be like a British like football player, and then just randomly in like the 80s he just decided he was like a fucking reptilian soothsaying Jesus man who was gonna lead us all into the truth or something, and it was really stupid. And he's written a bunch of books that get even dumber the further into his spiraling insanity he goes. And I guess now we're just using him as a, why not? Well, just why not?
Several Sumerian kings and Egyptian pharaohs, and a whole bunch of celebrities. Remember when that article went viral about how Justin Bieber supposedly turned into a giant reptile in front of everyone?
A giant reptile,
Some of the most prominent
yes.
bloodlines are said to include the Rockefeller...
Guys, pictured here, a giant reptile. The pixels on his eyes fucked up for a second. A giant reptile.
In front of everyone. Some of the most prominent...
Man, the Amazing Spider-Man reboot of The Lizard is looking weird.
...are said to include the Rockefellers, Rothschilds, various wealthy European families, and established families of the eastern United States, and the British royal family. In fact, he said in numerous interviews that he saw former British Prime Minister Ted Heath's eyes turn entirely jet black while the two men waited for a Sky News interview in 1989.
I'm sure he did, yes.
Ultimately, the global elite make up the top of the pyramid for the reptilians in modern day, all with the intention to keep us sedated.
You know, the thing is, right, is like, you know, I would love to believe. You hear me talk about all this, and I'm being like an asshole. I'm being Mr. John Skeptic, but no, I'd love to believe all this crazy shit. This sounds super fun. Life is so boring, dude. I would love it if there were alien reptile men who were, like, harvesting our souls or whatever. That's awesome. But the thing is, right, is like, you never hear just a normal person come at you with like, hey, dude, I was sitting on the subway earlier and I saw this guy who, like, I don't know, I saw a congressman on the bus and he literally turned into a giant lizard in front of me, bro. Like, you never hear that from just your friend who lives down the street. It's always this guy. It's always David Icke or Jordan Douchnitz or whatever the fuck. It's always some wacko who believes a bunch of other crazy shit also. You never get the, oh man, I saw the reptile eye thing, dude, from like your aunt or whatever who calls you dude. You never get that from your mom who calls you on the phone and tells you, honey, I just saw your father turn into a fucking lizard. Like, nothing. You never get that from normal people. You only ever get it from people who happen to also be fucking insane in many other ways. I'll jump ahead a little bit more.
This story is actually kind of funny. It's also something that we should take very seriously. According to the reports and expressions from many whistleblowers, the other species who are interacting with us are actually mostly benevolent, and if we can really listen to what they have to say and do some meaningful self-reflection, it may just help us to clear out our own negativity, release ourselves from any reptilian or other controlling influences, and put us into a position to meet some really cool otherworldly species.
Really cool. Very cool.
Know your customer. It's the de facto business mantra of our modern era. Collect enough information on everyone's web browsing and social media habits. Listen to what they talk about.
My favorite chat message so far is just the one that says Jordan Douchnitz is credible. Thank you. Very cool.
About when they believe they're alone, and feed the data.
In between the segment about the aliens and whatever new crazy insane bullshit we're going off about, I love the comment, Jordan Douchnitz is credible.
Data into a network of computers so complex that computer scientists aren't even sure how it works at all anymore. This complex neural network of computers, data, and programs are then linked to nearly all of us through the apps and web services that we use on a daily basis, spitting out products, content, and suggestions catered to individual desires better than anything that has ever been done before, keeping the masses glued and engaged on their phones, tablets, and desktops like
Guys, did you ever stop to consider that phone bad? Hi, my name is that asshole that made Black Mirror, and I would like to tell you that phone bad. Phone very bad. Social media keeps us more distant from each other than ever. You know, we think that it's supposed to keep us together, closer, but it's just not that way, is it?
Business, and have been specifically designed to manipulate our thoughts and feelings in order to keep us using the apps longer, get our friends and family engaging, and spend more money in the process. This is our current reality.
This is our society. We live in it.
The business model is wildly successful, and most people don't even know that they're a part of it. Where does humanity go from here? A cyberpunk dystopia? As technology...
You know, you're right, chat member. We really should put this on a little bit faster. That'd be pretty helpful. We'll try this.
Continues to advance, there is concern growing in the minds of those who have freed themselves from the Matrix long enough to realize that there is an issue. As technology
from the
continues to
Matrix.
evolve, and humans...
Remember, everybody, Jordan Duschnitz is credible while he talks to you about, again, the Matrix and They Live. Two fundamental core tenets for his worldview are some schlocky sci-fi films. One featuring the dude from Bill and Ted. Yeah. One featuring a pro wrestler.
The line seems to blur between what is real and what is not. Then again, if all of reality is an illusion anyways, does it even matter? Let us begin.
What if we're all just like in a God's thumbnail right now, man?
To blur the lines between reality and illusion. Deepfakes. Technology is just now reaching a point where we can produce videos of just about anyone saying or doing things that they otherwise wouldn't say.
President Trump is a total and complete dipshit.
Granted, this technology is still in its infancy.
Wow, I can't believe he happens to use a deepfake picture of Emma Watson here. That's amazing. It's amazing how often he comes back to Emma Watson just as a random aside. You know, we joked that he, like, someone in chat earlier, I guess they just joined, and they were like, is this the guy who, like, worships Emma Watson or whatever? And it's like, that seems like a joke at first, but then, I don't know, if you missed it earlier, there was, like, a very subtle mention about the Sophia or whatever, and if you don't remember, Emma Watson came to him in a vision as the Christ Sophia after he took a whole bunch of fucking Datura tea or whatever. So yeah, I don't know. It's just interesting to interesting to see so much of Hermione, you know. I don't know.
And while that clip itself can easily be identified as a fake, every day as it
improves, me
outside, it becomes
outside.
More and more difficult to tell the difference between deep
I saw the clip.
and reality. Even today, it's being used in nefarious ways. I've
never seen that. That's good.
By taking their faces and applying them to other bodies. As time goes on, we may exist in a world where across the internet could exist countless videos of famous people, celebrities, politicians, all saying things that they would never otherwise say. And what happens when it gets so good that nobody can tell the difference?
Well, when it gets so good that nobody can tell the difference, then you get a Dame Dane fake of me over a bunch of copyright claims and video strikes.
The real and fake versions arguing over which one is authentic.
But
of course, this is only the beginning of our technological conspiracies and how we slowly lose touch with our world as we enter into new ones. One of the biggest growing concerns in the world is the belief that the powers that be are attempting to control everyone through advanced microchip technology. For while each of our mobile devices already track and monitor us, the microchips could be used to monitor and potentially even manipulate thoughts and emotions on a mass level, just like Facebook and Google are already doing today. The powers that be wouldn't just be watching you on the outside, they'd be able to monitor everything inside, everything about you, down to what you think about. This technology, combined with an AI that can associate complex combinations of states within your physiology, predicting future behaviors and affecting our perception and decision-making processes, a very scary and possible reality becomes available to us, one where we integrate with technology. As we know, this is already happening on some level right now, with the algorithms actively recording everything you search and serving it back to you on a silver platter. This, however, would be a far more...
Yeah, I mean, I suppose that is scary if you really think about it in sort of a cyberpunk future term. I mean, yeah, everybody's pretty much spying on us, like I said earlier. Talked about the skin theory video, and my phone was listening in on me, and YouTube was able to was able to recommend me skin theory video later. But you know, yeah, like it's a little bit spooky, but I don't know. I find the whole concept of transhumanism and whatnot pretty interesting. Not out here trying to become the next RoboCop, but you know, I personally wouldn't mind having a more functional left arm, or hell, even a more functional brain or a better set of eyes. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Suppose there's a lot to complain about in the cyberpunk future, but I mean, they can't really... Well, that's the thing, right? Is like, they can't really ever do anything, even if you had, like, the future in like, actual cyberpunk, like Cyberpunk 2077. Even if you had the future where everybody's walking around with ocular implants where you can, like, you know, all the data that you're seeing is being fed directly back to the corporation, let's say Facebook. I mean, they can't really do anything with that, even if they see you, like, committing a violent crime or something, like, that's technically, like, a breach of privacy, I would assume. So I guess you just have to kind of go through your life being like, yeah, I mean, somebody might, like, if you're, like, a fucking, I don't know, drug trafficker or something, you just have to be out there like, yeah, I mean, I guess fucking Mark Zuckerberg's gonna see me trafficking these 70 pounds of cocaine across the border, but, like, what the fuck are they gonna do about it? That's not admissible in court. So I don't know, I mean, I'm going off on a rant again, but I guess it is a thing to think about if we're all blending with technology. Continue, Jordan.
Place of integration. And what's even crazier to consider is that people would do it voluntarily.
Oh yeah, that's crazy.
You see, very few people are going to just allow this technology to be embedded in their bodies just so that the government can monitor.
You're gonna put barcodes on you.
Just like with cell phones today,
buy
the
Hitman
microchip
3.
would be a no-brainer for people who are willing to receive the benefits of this tech. And the exchange? Intimate access to your personal information. Everything you see, think, feel, touch, taste, and so on. But what kind of benefits would there be?
Yeah,
Well,
just throw in a little bit of 25% opacity Ghost in the Shell footage
touch,
there.
taste, and so on.
Just in case you don't recognize the themes that he's clearly touching on. Pro Robots Ghost in the Shell footage has got you.
But what kind of benefits would there be? Well, at the earliest level, which Elon Musk has already announced with Neuralink, is that by connecting a very few tiny wires directly into your
SOS
brain, they can
confirmed
theoretically overwrite neural patterns of depression, anxiety, and even help heal spinal problems, among other things. But in the grand scheme of things, and with a great deal of innovation, where this technology seems to go is into the realm of having a sort of telepathic link to the internet. When you have a question, instead of pulling out your phone and searching for the answers on the internet, you can access all of the information instantaneously about anything that you want. For others with the implant, you may find yourself connecting to others in a pseudo-telepathic kind of way, where your thoughts and feelings could be personally shared with others in real time, communicating beyond words.
And I remember watching a video from, I think it was Tom Scott, talking about how kids in the 2040s or whatever would be, like, interacting with each other. It was just this very bizarre, like, I don't know, high-concept TED Talk, I guess is how I would describe it. Where he just goes out there and he basically just assumes that the scene has already been set, and he's like, oh, welcome to the future. Kids are getting information super fucking quickly, and you see them flitting their eyes about talking to each other over their neural interface, like, internet, and shit like that. And that basically sounds like what he's saying here, is that we're gonna have, like telepath children, like, communicating, sending sonic memes at the speed of, like, quantum light or whatever.
With a language of images, pictures, and even sharing experiences. This would allow you to connect with others both mentally and empathically as well, which could bring people closer together. This would fundamentally change the education system too. For who needs school when you have instant access to every bit of information known to mankind?
Yeah, just show me a clip
right there
of
in your
Justice
mind.
League, that's cool.
This chip could theoretically support you in downloading information thousands, if not millions of times faster than reading or watching documentaries. Much like Neo in the Matrix, downloading a lifetime worth of fighting techniques and becoming a kung fu master in a single day, this level of integration could be possible with this kind of technology.
Again, I mean, I kind of joke about the whole Matrix thing, but, like, it seems like the Matrix is, like, inextricably linked to this whole ideology that this man has. Like, he's just... everything somehow ties back to the Matrix. We all live in a simulation. Boom, Matrix. There's an evil, higher alien race that's, like, sucking our souls. Boom, Matrix. We can unlock our whatever. Boom, Matrix. This is just... Man, I know the sequels to The Matrix sucked, but listen, it's just a movie, dude. It's just a movie.
Imagine if you wanted to become an amazing artist, or learn everything there is to learn about programming, quantum mechanics, or even becoming a professional accountant or lawyer. So why not just spend an afternoon or evening downloading and installing courses directly into your mind? You could theoretically condense 6 years of intense university studies into a weekend and have the exact same level of knowledge, or even greater knowledge, compared to someone who took the time to learn it the old-fashioned way.
You know, it truly is a question to ask ourselves, what would crazy look like? I've said it before, but like, for one thing, if we lived in a world where there was no concept of God or religion, what the hell would crazy look like? Because everything with crazy always seems to come back to God and like the universe and the meaning of life. And every crazy person somewhere in their head is like, oh yeah, I'm also the chosen one and God loves me and Jesus personally sucked my dick. And it's like, so there's that, but also the Matrix, dude. Like, everybody seems to fucking believe in the Matrix. Like, legit. This shit was so influential to psychos. I can't believe it. The Matrix was a bigger deal for crazy people than it was as a film. Like, the Matrix was less influential for film techniques than it was for fucking crazy people gibbering about nonsense. And the Matrix invented the slow motion bullshit shots and trench coats. So I guess what I'm saying is, fuck the Matrix, it's bad and it was a mistake.
And as more and more people integrate with technology,
God told me to buy all the beans.
Mind, where
Exactly,
everyone's own
there's a
brains
sale.
become processors for a collective consciousness shared amongst all integrated people. On the one hand, it's very much like the Borg from Star Trek, but on the other hand, it seems to relate with many ancient writings, such as the Hermetic texts, as well as ideas that people like Stephen Greer have put forward.
You know, I guess you could say that he's like trying to compare it in a way that we'll understand it by comparing it to the fucking Star Trek or whatever, but like, you're making your own point sound stupider every time you pull a Ready Player One and just go like, it was exactly like that moment in Star Trek when the Borg showed up. Like, shut up with this. If you're gonna try to convince me of your worldview and your theory of everything, you can fucking come up with your own shit. Jesus.
The idea that there is only one consciousness, and while all of our bodies appear separate and perceive disconnection from one another, ultimately, we're all sharing the same consciousness within the source field. The advent of this kind of technology would have earth-shattering implications for all of us, and life would never be the same. A sense of personal boundaries and privacy disappears as we become more open and interconnected in mind and body.
Why are we having RoboCop
As
footage?
wonderful as some of these ideas sound, the conspiracy remains. Who programmed the AI that links into our minds? And much like Facebook and Google operating today, would this mental tech dissolve our personalities, losing our individuality, and making us more like robots?
Dissolving our dissolving our personalities and losing our individuality while showing a clip from the RoboCop remake. That's a funny joke, at least. Probably unintentional, but that was pretty good.
Connected in this kind of way, the lines of reality blur further, and we are called to ask, who are we, really? Yet the microchip technology is really only the beginning for how we might connect through tech, because where things could go are directly into the realms of something straight out of a sci-fi movie.
No way, it's not like this whole fucking video so far has been straight out of a sci-fi movie. Literally a bunch of specific sci-fi movies.
Some rather inconspicuous innovations that could change the landscape of the world in a massive way. Perhaps one day, let's say scientists and engineers complete a prototype for an artificial eye for blind people. One simple surgery, and it's a miracle. People who have been blind their whole lives suddenly have the gift of sight. But it won't stop there, though. Suddenly, these people can see wavelengths of light that normal eyes can't, have an integrated zoom feature giving them binocular eyes, and even have
be able to see
Octarine display directly in their inner vision. These people could literally play Pokemon Go anywhere without a phone, literally seeing Pokemon all over the place.
And that's the first thing we go to. What if you had an eye that could zoom in and see colors that humans can't perceive? You could probably play Pokemon Go with it anywhere, bro. Yeah, I suppose you could. I mean, that's a fact, I guess.
When cyborgs
I suppose.
See, but see better than someone with normal eyes, even people with fine eyesight will want this upgrade, and a new generation of upgraded humans begins. Even on a less
I play Pokemon Go every day.
Depicted in the new Brave New World series, which is a contact that hooks into receptors in the back of your eye, giving you a direct mental and visual link to everyone else in society. This could happen with prosthetics too, and in a way it already is, although the tech is still in its infancy. If someone loses or breaks their legs or arms in a terrible accident, they can one day get bionic limbs that are more powerful and capable than any normal body part, giving them super strength or super speed, at least up to the limits of what the rest of the biological body can handle. When this tech is available, of course, some people will opt to have their arms or legs replaced by bionic body parts. This may even be especially popular in top secret super soldier experiments done by militaries.
Super soldier experiments, yeah, dude.
Ideas like this have also been made popular in pop culture, such as with the Cyborg in Treasure Planet, or Ed Elric from Full Metal Alchemist.
You know, I gotta say, I love how long the concept of evil super soldier military experiments has been a thing, and yet as far as I know, everybody in the military is still just a normal fucking guy. Like, I don't know, I'm sure maybe there's some stuff that's like military secrets that only the Sith knew or whatever, but, man, I don't know. I've yet to see a bionic Terminator, like, military guy.
But speaking now to integrated experiences, let us shift our focus for a moment to consider VR. It's not impossible to think that
oh, hell yeah, dude!
Player One.
This is just like from that movie. The classic 2010s film, Ready Player One. Oh, dude.
Around our doorstep, a massive multiplayer online universe that puts you into the experience through VR technology. This could, and likely would, lead to a form of mass exodus from real life, as people begin shifting their lives into this digital realm. Why go to work in an office when you can work from any conceivable place in the universe? And then instead of spending time with friends at the bar after work, why not go hunting dragons together? Instead of playing racing games on your iPad, why not go and actually experience a race yourself? Completely immersive, yet safe from the comfort of your home.
Well, for one thing, because, I mean, at least for now, I don't know, I mean, it might change when we get into a few years in the future and, you know, people who are, like, in their 50s or whatever grew up playing games. But there's still a lot of people out there who have the mindset of like, oh, I stopped playing games when I was like 10, bro. I'm like an adult now. All I do is watch fucking sports and reality TV, and I'm a grown-up, and so it's like, I'm pretty sure you'd still wind up having people who are like, oh, I don't want to use the Oasis or whatever. I don't want to use the VR world where you can literally do anything. That's for babies. I'm just gonna go laugh at ugly people with my friends or something.
With all of the suffering in the world and the fantastic possibilities offered by VR, some people might seek out a life spent mostly or even totally in-game. And while everyone is inside of the game, what would happen to the real world? If we are not careful, we may end up with a reality like Ready Player One, with massive slums taking over as people spend less and less time in the physical dimension.
We may wind up with a reality like Ready Player One, where most of the stuff in the world is totally undefined and nothing makes any sense if you think about it for more than 2 seconds.
Why bother fixing the real world when the in-game world is always perfect, beautiful, or at least exactly as it's designed to be? But even this is not the end, and the lines around what is real begins to blur until you can't even see the line anymore. One day, it may even become possible to
Yeah, see, there's also idiots like the guy in chat who says that VR is a stupid gimmick and nothing more. Don't worry, chat member, I'm sure you're not really an idiot, but, like, yeah, you're always gonna have idiots like you, so, like, no, you're not an idiot, but there are people that think that VR is, like, a gimmick or whatever. So again, I mean, maybe sometime in the future there'll be less people like that, because more of them will have, like, grown up with it or spent some time with it, but I don't know, at least in the world we live in now, I can imagine, I don't know, I mean, I guess VR isn't quite as, like, immersive as it could be, but even as good as VR can be now, there's still a lot of people who are like, I don't want to pay this much, I don't want to waste my time with it, I'm literally physically disabled and I can't use VR, so, like, I don't know. There's a future where, like, VR is going to be a thing, but, I mean, people are still going to do their jobs. I really don't see what this guy's point is.
Your entire consciousness into a game. This concept was demonstrated powerfully.
Oh, yeah.
Sword Art Online.
Haven't you guys ever watched The Matrix or Sword Art Online? Don't you know that uploading your consciousness to a video game is bad?
In which a VR headset allowed individuals to leave their body behind as they enter into an entirely virtual reality. Your body is unconscious, You're not even aware of it, and you experience reality as if you are physically running around.
And then you're in your isekai world where Emma Watson can be real!
In Azeroth or Minecraft, Hyrule, or literally anywhere that you want, as anyone that you want. Recently, this idea was also portrayed in an episode of Black Mirror
Oh my god.
with a next-level VR headset that is just a little disc.
One of the stupidest episodes of Black Mirror in which they offer nothing to this concept other than, hey, what if we were bros and, like, we fucked each other in VR, but, like, it's not gay though, right? Yeah, it's not gay. Episode over.
Put on the side of your head,
Great
and
episode.
it transports your consciousness into a video game. As you enter into a world where you can literally do anything, like fly, use magic, go on epic quests, or even just spend an entire summer fishing by a beautiful lake in paradise, the question becomes, why spend any time in the physical world at all? Do you want to have a super powerful body? Or a super sexy one? How do you want your face to look? You can customize it to your liking freely. Since this technology would connect directly to your brain, it could even stimulate sensations like getting drunk, taking psychedelics, or rewiring your thinking patterns to be however you want. If the only concern of having to unplug is eating and going to the bathroom, then undoubtedly someone will create a technology that makes it so that that isn't even an issue, and you will truly never—
Again, we're using the South Park episode of about World of Warcraft as an example of how technology is taking over society, guys.
never have to leave. One might also wonder exactly what would happen to your physical body if you were to rewire your consciousness and brain inside of the game world. Would it change your body appearance at all?
It's a
A
VTuber
mass exodus from
takeover.
the physical world would create tremendous changes within humanity, as part of the human race strives to live in this new world, and another part rebels against it, or simply cannot afford to play the game. Further, once brain integration
Was that the For You guy?
happens
Right.
and mass data is collected—
Okay, we're gonna have to jump ahead a little bit more, because again, we don't have all night here. We got data, we got Sword Art Online, video games, and that's all bad because it's stopping you from unlocking your true potential in the real world and actually flying and changing your appearance in the real world. Okay.
in any direction by someone else, then is that really a paradigm that we want to be a part of?
Nah, bro.
I imagine that there will be some big turning points for our species in the journey of development of this technology.
Probably.
But if we can learn to do this in an open source way that allows each and every individual their own sovereign right to freedom of thought and feeling, and actually choose what they share with the collective mind, well, I don't know. I'd be curious about the potential outcomes of this. The silver lining we have going into this is how the process mirrors what the internet of today brought us, good and bad. If we can learn from our mistakes and take that wisdom at a large scale into the new paradigm, we have hope. Even if its temptations still clutch the majority of people, a select few can guard the light and guide others into an enlightened cyberpunk reality. You can start practicing right now by being mindful of how your relationship with social media truly affects your life and the lives of those that—
Did he just say that that was Blade Runner 2049 when that was clearly the original Blade Runner? How dare you?
connects you with, and hopefully pass that wisdom on to future generations. If a great positive shift doesn't occur, we will forever be destined—
Oh my god, get on with it.
It's useful in explaining how government agencies can gain power by keeping secrets.
Ooh, this is
Most
more
of us
like
today
it.
are used to, and perhaps even indoctrinated, into feeling secure in our democratic model
Hell
of
yeah,
government.
dude,
It's
indoctrination.
created a sense of all citizens being involved with and aware of what's going on. And if the citizens believe this, whether it's true or not, it builds trust. But this is not the natural state of power or control. Throughout almost all of history, rulers and those in power had no obligation to be open to their populi. Backdoor deals and secrecy were default settings, and having less people to answer to and explain to naturally gave them more power. Power seekers thrive in secrecy and misdirection. When Greece introduced democracy and the United States modernized it, it was considered ingenious and revolutionary and for the people. To protect it, the entire—
See, that's the thing, right? Is like we're talking about this future cyberpunk shit where they're in control of our whole lives and everything we think and see and whatnot. But like, some asshole accidentally came along and introduced democracy to the United States and the rest of the world. And so now, like, you're always gonna have people who grow up and who realize that, you know, like, a total corporate monopoly over everything everybody feels and thinks might be a bad idea. So, like, in any generation, you're gonna have enough people who are like, wait a second, hang on, hold the fort. Maybe we shouldn't allow Facebook to just, like, literally look through everybody's eyes. I mean, but then again, here we are in a future where your phone can just spy on you and get you some wacky YouTube results, so I don't know.
The ethos of American culture was built around a more open and citizen-run government, and eventually it became the new standard for most of the modern
Yeah, how long till he does
world.
bring up
And it was
MGS
the
too?
nations that achieved it.
You know, honestly, if you're gonna do a conspiracy theory about the whole world and the government and the secret, like, society, and you don't bring up MGS2, that's... It's like making a video about how aliens are real and not bringing up Roswell or something. Like, what are you doing? Come on.
But what if this sense of pride and security were an illusion? A front for the real operation?
Oh, of
a
course.
modern-day
What
human
if?
edition of the holographic demiurge.
What if it were that way? What if it were actually that just the government is just made up of a bunch of asshole aliens who look like people, but they're actually assholes? Like, what if? You know, like, who knows? Honestly, anything could be.
What if, behind the scenes, there exists a power
What if this building is actually straight?
that is influencing not just the direct actions of the US government and both sides of their political spectrum, but also other countries? What if there was a power that held influence over the US, the UK, Canada, and even China and Russia? Power is checked in public, but grows in secret, so it is natural to wonder. If power grows in secret, then how do we know that the most powerful forces directing this play are not also the most invisible?
Directing this
What if
play.
some of the greatest
We
conflicts
Super Mario Brothers 3 now.
and global events were architected from a secret world
Oh
government?
god. Guys, we're about to get into how Sandy Hook was a hoax. I hope you're fucking... Oh no, never mind! We're getting into how 9/11 is a hoax first, of course. Of course, let's get this one out of the way first. Alright.
Not since the JFK assassination has there been a national tragedy so heavily imprinted in American minds, or one that has given rise to quite as many alternative explanations outside of the mainstream narrative. Despite taking place almost 20 years ago, over 42% of Americans today believe that the government and the 9/11 Commission concealed or refused to investigate critical evidence that contradicts their official explanation of the attacks. All of this questioning created a massive alternative narrative of events that covers everything from the days leading up to the attacks, their execution, and the aftermath. The most infamous aspect of the theories is that the collapse of the towers, specifically
caused by
Tower 7,
Rem
was the
Lazar,
result
yeah.
of controlled and deliberate demolitions, rather than the impact of the planes. This is seen almost to be self-evident, considering Building 7 fell at almost the exact same time as the other two towers, but miraculously without a plane even coming close to it. Surveys even suggest that most people who see a video of Building 7 very quickly begin to question and doubt the official mainstream narrative. Jumping back in time a few days before the event, it is purported that the US government knew about the coming attack days or even weeks in advance, and deliberately...
Man, if only Bear was awake for all this, because she knows about 9/11. That's her wheelhouse.
failed to prevent it, or even purposefully allowed it to happen. This is purported even by Michael Meacher, a former British environment
even this
minister
guy.
and member of Tony Blair's government in the UK.
Michael Meacher, former environment minister and noted Bill Nye lookalike.
Evidence to this is found in the stock value alterations for the airlines that were hijacked leading up to the event, when a huge amount of put options were placed for American Airlines and United Airlines, a financial tool that gives owners the option money if the price of the stock falls. Some economic and business journals have
Again, dude, I'm not gonna sit here while you go through all of the 9/11 conspiracies, because that's gonna take a fucking while, but, like, yeah, if you want to come at me with something during 9/11 isn't quite what they say it is, I mean, yeah, I believe that, but I don't know. I don't know how much that has to do with the fucking Family Guy aliens or whatever you're trying to sell me.
study their reactions. Many of the drugs were often administered.
How do we
at
get
the
from
subject's
Ready
knowledge
Player
or
1 to
informed consent,
9/11?
which
I
was a
mean,
violation of the
you
Nuremberg
know, similar tragedies.
Code after World War II. This is the only place where the CIA got into legal trouble. It is thought that the aim of this was to find which drugs would bring about deep confessions or wipe a subject's mind clean to be able to program them as robot agents.
Oh, damn.
Later on, Another part of the project worked at Menlo Park's Veterans Hospital, where they tested the effects of every kind of psychedelic on the
Oh my
Russian
god. We actually are getting into the Russian sleep experiments. Holy shit.
ranging from LSD, psilocybin, mescaline, and cocaine, and even DMT and AMT, another lesser-known psychedelic but similar in nature to DMT. In these experiments, adverse reactions were a pretty common occurrence. One operative who received LSD in his morning coffee became psychotic and ran across Washington, seeing a monster in every car passing him.
One guy who got LSD in his coffee every day for a few years turned out to go completely insane, and then after he left his band because he could no longer perform in it, then they became super famous, and that band was called Pink Floyd. Yeah, that's a little famous aside, by the way. Just random aside. You know, I don't know how many of you know that, but Pink Floyd originally had a different, main frontman, and they basically just drugged him to the point where he was insane, and his life was fucking ruined. So the next time you're listening to your Dark Side of the Moon or your Animals or whatever, just remember that Roger Waters and David Gilmour are more or less complicit, probably, in the fucking destruction of that man's life. The more you know, the more you know about Syd Barrett. Just a fun little aside.
Continued even after Frank Olson, an army chemist who had never taken LSD before, was secretly dosed by his CIA supervisor and 9 days later plunged to his death from the window of a 13th-story New York City hotel room after falling into a post-trip depression and paranoia. There were some people who did consent, and they were subject to even more extreme experiments, such as being dosed
secretly
with LSD
drugged
for
him.
77 consecutive
Put LSD in his coffee,
The
from what I
culmination
heard.
of all of this research, however, was that by 1962, the CIA had developed a series of super hallucinogens, most notably the BZ compound, which was thought to
The
hold
B-movie compound. Nice. Alright, we're a little over the halfway mark now. Here's an old man with jowls. What's going on?
Soros, as well as a number
Of course it's George Soros. Are we getting back into the Pizzagate rape cult? Awesome!
and Hollywood celebrities, along with leading religious figures. It's curious then to ask if this is legit, or just a right-wing propaganda to attack the Democratic Party. Looking at all of this, we must ask, who is...
Oh my god, we really are getting onto QAnon. Should I go back? Should I go... okay, fine, I'm gonna go back a little bit. I wanna see the QAnon segment.
Pulling everything we perceive.
Oh my god, it's really
Finally,
happening.
then, we must explore QAnon.
Well, what do you mean, finally? This is halfway through the video! Once again, I really must talk. The biggest thing that I hate about this video right now is just the fact that this man starts his fucking video with, 10 minutes of, what if reality isn't what you think reality? What if we're all actually not reality, and reality is actually a dog? And then he starts talking about fucking, Pizzagate, and then just a bunch of other shit, and then 2 hours into the video, he comes back to fucking QAnon again. You don't think QAnon could have preceded the Pizzagate shit? Come on!
The theory behind who's pulling the strings of everything, the deep state itself. Originating from a chain of 4chan and 8chan posts by an anonymous user known only as Q, or the Q cleaner.
Man, I just, I would, again, I'm not one of these people who's, totally gonna shit on the Q people. Well, I guess I am, kind of. Yeah, kind of. I don't know. It's just such a fucking joke at this point. But it's I don't know. I guess more what I'm saying is I'm not gonna totally shit on information that comes from 4chan. But I am gonna say that if you're telling me something in your theory of everything, and it involves the phrase, it originated with posts on 4chan and 8chan, yeah, I'm not gonna believe you. I'm not gonna believe that. So, I don't know. If it was I don't know, if it was a leak thread about Zelda 64 beta stuff, I might buy that. But if it's, I'm not gonna believe this, so, I don't know. I'm just saying, when you try to, the QAnon thing is cute, and it's cool that you guys try to, get people to believe your thing, but then you have to inevitably explain it with, well, so it started with 4chan and 8chan, and then it's like, okay, well, all right then. Thank you for your contribution. Very cool.
Patriot, this user began explaining an outline of the theory that there is a worldwide cabal of Satan-worshipping pedophiles behind the scenes, pulling the strings on world governments.
So, oh god, you know, when you put it that way, I mean, like it was dumb enough a second ago when I was like, so imagine your theory of everything. You have a guy tell you, so it's all connected to 4chan posts. But literally actually try to unpack what the information was that was just presented to us. This man told us, okay, so this thing that we're intending to potentially believe in, this conspiracy theory of everything, this thing which may or may not be as true as any other single piece of information in this video. Yeah, it originates from a random 4chan trip code user who decided to talk about pedophile, satanic, space cult, alien government people, and Trump 2020 or something. Like,
Along with orchestrating an international child sex trafficking ring. They control politicians and the media to spin their narrative, as well as controlling Hollywood to cover up their existence, pumping out shows and movies that foster plausible deniability. The Philadelphia Experiment, Stargate, The Men Who Stare at Goats, just movies. Nothing.
Just keep comparing everything to fucking movies. This is, you know, I was joking at first, but the way he constantly has to compare it, and I don't know if he's doing it because it's like a part of his belief system, and he started believing some of this stuff because of these movies, or if he's just like compelled to do it because it's the easiest way to get people to understand the you know, fucking high concept bullshit that you're putting out there. You have to be like, oh yeah, remember the Fifth Element? It's exactly like that, bro. People will be like, oh, okay, yeah, I got you now. Now I get what you're putting down. But like, it just comes off like the Ready Player One of crazy shit, and it's just like, oh yeah, the moment I learned about the secret reptilian government theory, it was just exactly like The Men Who Stare at Goats. I had watched that movie 72 times, back and forth.
By its nature, QAnon is a far-right theory, and thus it argues that the cabal would have continued ruling the world were it not for the election of Donald Trump. In this theory, Trump is fully aware of the cabal and its workings of the deep state, and in actuality, was recruited by top military generals to run for
it's him. It's Meme Man. It's Meme Man 2016.
President in 2016. In order to break up this criminal conspiracy, end its control of politics and the media, and bring its members to justice. It's believed that we would all be ignorant of this behind-the-scenes battle were it not for Q, who has been revealing details directly from behind the scenes.
Yeah.
A central component of the QAnon theory.
Dropping those secret deets on the 8chan board, you know, that's good.
Is the coming of some kind of storm or grand awakening, where thousands of people, all who are members of the cabal, will be arrested, possibly sent to Guantanamo Bay, or face military tribunals, and the US military will brutally take over the country, ushering in a new world order. In another video, we explored the conspiracies around Trump and time travel, including an old book from over 100 years ago called The Last President, following the story of a character named Trump and a massive takeover and political change where this exact same thing happens.
What the fuck? Is this real? Okay. Alright, now you got my attention. The Baron Trump collection and The Last President. Oh boy. Damn. Yeah, no, okay. Now I'm listening. I'm all ears now.
Brutal.
Speaking of the Baron Trump collection, I don't know how many of you have seen the tweets about it, and I don't know how real it is, but apparently Baron Trump likes to draw big titty elf girls. So I mean, Cecil McFly, you've got a position in the next cabinet. There you go.
Military takeover. Q also purports that the cabal includes top Democrats like Hillary Clinton, Barack Obama, and George Soros, as well as a number of entertainers and Hollywood celebrities, along with leading religious figures.
Oh, Wang has a video about it? I haven't seen that.
Or just a right-wing propaganda.
POV, Claw hasn't heard of the Baron Trump books. Apparently not.
We must ask, who is Q specifically?
I must ask you a question.
This anonymous poster on 4chan claimed to be a high-ranking intelligence officer with access to classified information.
Guys, this... Every time he tries to put it and, like, seriously say it, it's like... Guys, this anonymous poster on 4chan claims that his uncle works for Nintendo and that Super Mario 65 is coming out in 6 years. Like, okay.
Trump's war against the cabal.
Thank you.
No one knows who Q really is. Speculation argues for everything from a simple troll or far-right activist to an entire network of people entwined in the great battle going on.
QAnon is secretly
back during the 2016
correct
election
the record.
with the Pizzagate
telling
theory.
you.
When an email account of John Podesta was hacked by a spear phishing attack, WikiLeaks published the leaks.
Damn, I gotta be real, the John Podesta email leaks, that's like, that is a whole ass lifetime ago, dude. Man. I was so much older then, I'm younger than that now.
November of 2016, and contained within those emails were supposedly code words
Trust
for
the plan, Claw.
trafficking, mostly centered around the letters C and P, and more than natural levels of discussion around curious pizza types, believed to be in substitute for child pornography.
Okay, I will say this. This is something I will say to all this. One of the most damning things about the whole, like I don't generally go in for the Pizzagate thing, but man, there was sure some weird stuff going on with that pizza place, dude. I don't know how many of you ever looked into it, but like, there was some legitimately weird, verifiably strange things happening there, and I don't know. I don't know if it confirms the secret reptilian Moloch owl cult or whatever, but I mean, shit, dude, like, I don't know. I remember some weird social media posts that looked very strange. There was just a very odd rabbit hole there, and I would love to look over that sometime, but, I mean, I don't know, it seems like a bit of a hot issue, I don't know.
High-ranking members of the Democratic Party and other world elites to a pizza restaurant in Washington, D.C. as the site of satanic ritual abuse. To date, however, no evidence of a ritual site was found at this restaurant. Is it possible this location was also just a cover for an actual ritual site? The story went viral online, sometimes on fake news websites, which added traction to the theory, and a claim emerged that the FBI had raided Hillary Clinton's home for evidence of the supposed sex ring.
And I had this much pizza.
When it began to merge with QAnon, leading to the globalization of the cabal theory, rather than it being solely US-centric. Even Trump himself seems to be somewhat supportive, having shared posts from QAnon followers dozens of times on his social media accounts. In an NBC press hearing, when asked whether he was working to disband a cabal of pedophiles, he simply looked at the reporters and asked, "Is that supposed to be a bad thing? If I can help save the world from problems, I'm willing to do it," which, naturally, was met with nervous laughter. In the mainstream media today, there was a lot of fear being perpetrated in the name of QAnon.
Naturally, it was met with nervous laughter when the president of the free world answered a question that was ostensibly, hey, do you support this random anon on 4chan and the crazy shit that he's saying? And the president of the free world said, I mean, would it be a bad thing if I did? And it's like, again, yeah, maybe we should stop people that do bad things, but,
So that there has been an enormous crackdown on anything conspiracy related on social media. Twitter recently banned thousands of QAnon accounts, arguing that they engaged in harassment. Facebook took down nearly 800 QAnon groups and restricted thousands of QAnon pages and Instagram accounts. Part of the phobia is centered around reports of QAnon followers being charged with committing serious crimes in Q's name, which were reported on by mass media. To be clear then,
yeah, speaking of which, this video came out like the day of all of the fucking riots and shit, so that's pretty interesting. I think it was the 6th when that started happening. January 6th, 2021. I think it was about the 6th. Yeah, this video came out like right around the time that all started going down. Yeah.
The eyes of YouTube and social media may very well be suspect and could be banned. To prevent this from happening, please visit the link in the comments to get free access to Spirit Conspiracies and watch all of our conspiracy content
hell yeah,
free from any form of censorship.
Free access? Nice.
Now, the question of the true
Just have to
existence
give you
and
my
identity of a
social
secret
insurance
government
number.
may remain a mystery long into the future. If there is a power that has the ability to influence world leaders and governments from the shadows, then it's very likely that only a select few even know of the identity of those in power, and most certainly would be sworn to secrecy. For example, even if NASA was hiding evidence of alien contact, it would only be the highest few in the organization who know of it.
Yeah, it's weird. People in chat are confirming, yes, indeed, the riots began on the 6th. It's very weird that this video that's entertaining the possibility of the QAnon conspiracy happens to have come out that day. I don't know. Obviously, that's not connected in any way, but it is just a very interesting little, like, wow, okay. That's weird.
We are called to ask what kind of person, being, or powers would have so much influence as to be able to directly or indirectly affect the greatest of world powers.
Andy Dick.
Could it be a legion of some kind of alien beings?
Multiple
Perhaps
Andy
reptiles
Dicks.
Or otherwise, with advanced alien technology.
Scaly
that
Andy
can
Dicks.
mind control the highest ranking people to do their bidding?
Psychic
And even
Andy
more
Dick?
so, if there is an ongoing battle as QAnon describes, then perhaps there are two secret governments. On one hand, a nefarious satanic cabal who has seized a great deal of power, and on the other hand, an enlightened secret power working to provide guidance and protection for the good-hearted in power to create a positive change in a better direction.
You know, you say nefarious satanic cabal, but like, I know a lot of people personally who'd probably want to be a part of a satanic cabal. That sounds kind of rad. I mean, I don't know how many people would want to go in for the whole, like, child sacrifice thing, but if you can... I saw the Red Letter Media video where they went over the satanic fucking calendar or whatever, and they've got, like, so many days a year for anal. Like, I don't know, satanic cult sounds kind of...
All the while doing their best to not send the entire population into a panic and destroying society as we know it. You can imagine how this may all be received by the world then, for if Q's prophecy did come true, and there was a military coup...
Yeah, how did
most of society
Satan get
would
into
deem
all
this as
this?
a
I don't know.
terrifying and horrendous thing. Even
Well,
if
it's
the
like I said in the SOS video, you know, it's like, you gotta be careful. Sometimes you're just going along with your life, and then you realize your store started stocking Satan, and then all of a sudden Satan's involved in your, you know, conspiracy theory to abduct kids or whatever. Yeah, I'm confused. Why does Satan exist? Hang on. No, I'm confused, because we've got the demiurge, right? Like, what happened to the demiurge? Why is there a Satan? Okay, no, I'm just starting to realize how dumb this all truly is. Why are we talking about a satanic conspiracy when you're talking about the fucking demiurge is like God or whatever? What? I guess the demiurge created, like, Christianity or whatever? What about the atheist conspiracy theories? I guess they're not a part of the conspiracy theory cinematic universe? I can't overanalyze this.
actually was a necessary measure to protect us all from an even worse future. But please know that we're not suggesting this would be either good nor bad, simply how convoluted the intentions get behind so many layers of secrecy. In the Flower of Life books, Melchizedek explains that long ago, in ancient Egypt, the ascended master named Thoth, upon requiring something to happen for the salvation of our species, would appear to a particular leader, a pharaoh at the time, and demonstrate who he was through a miraculous feat, such as glowing or levitating, and then instructing them to take a specific action. While it's very easy to fall into the fear that all things are controlled by a nefarious mind, the holographic demiurge, could it be that ascended masters such as Jesus, Thoth, or even the Anunnaki also have been subtly influencing our species in secretive and mysterious
I realize
ways?
this now. This video is truly... This is just the new mythology suite from Symphony X. This is just Jesus and the Greek gods and the Egyptian gods all coming together to fight back against the super god, the demiurge. That's what this is. This is 6, the newest mythology suite.
According to the sources behind this information, it says that while there are many experiments going on behind the scenes, along with large catastrophes to the Earth's environments,
Ancient
knowing and
aliens,
cultivating
yes.
the energy within your body, the toroidal energetic field of your heart,
Get a load of this,
and the right
jabroni.
brain, often called a Merkaba, bestows you with the ability to change
This
everything.
fucking T-posing
You can heal yourself
jabroni.
and the world around you, alleviate suffering, and bring peace and harmony to the world. For spirit lives within you, and truly, all things are possible. all it takes is an effort to learn and connect
Okay,
with
well, now Katie D in chat is asking people to do their own research about President Trump and COVID, so I mean, okay. Okay, I'll do my own research and watch one of the videos where he tells people to pretty much not wear masks. Sure.
benevolent
fine.
God spark within you.
Why are
It
you
is
in my
challenged
chat
by,
arguing
may very
about
well
this?
Be that not everybody is looking to create this connection.
We haven't even gotten to the coronavirus conspiracies yet, lady, bro, like, come on, this is... We got, like, another half a video before we start talking about how Corona's all 5G.
It seems as though many don't even care at all. The greatest part of the story is still yet to come. Having talked about the secret government, we've begun to get a glimpse into the scenes behind society at large. But things take a strange turn the deeper we go, as many of the...
Yes, having been given a glimpse into the secret government by the anonymous 4chan user whose uncle works for Trump, and Satan, we now know all of the true facts about the aliens and, Justin Bieber and whatnot. And, so now it's time to talk about...
history surrounding the secret government.
Something else, I guess.
Beyond our wildest dreams.
What
Then
could
the
it be?
battle for human
Chemtrails?
consciousness may go well beyond just humanity, but
Frog
truly thrive
gayness?
at the ultimate powers
What's next?
of the universe itself. Over the last several years, the directed energy weapons conspiracy has taken root across the internet. As major fires erupted the last several years,
Oh,
from
boy.
California to Australia, speculation that these were not natural fires quickly took the internet by storm, as hundreds...
Okay, well, to be fair to this, I will say, this sounds really stupid, but I did recently watch RoboCop for the first time, and one of my favorite scenes in that was one of the news anchor asides, where they're just like, uh-oh, accidentally the Star Wars defense system has blasted a laser into California and accidentally killed 2 former presidents in that area. Uh-oh, oopsie poopsie. So, I mean, I don't know. I guess I'm just saying, if we're using the Matrix as a basis for anything, we can use the RoboCop, that RoboCop scene as a basis for this. That's what I'm saying.
Thousands of people sharing videos showed what appeared to be a laser beam striking the area of the fire.
What appears to
often just
be.
before the inferno began. These directed energy weapons, shortened now to DEWs, are believed to be powerful superweapons using satellite technology or stealth aircrafts, and part of a difficult-to-detect weaponization of the skies and heavens. Looking back to nearly 100 years ago, it's well known that Nikola Tesla himself was working on a death ray, although he provided a different, more neutral title, particle beam, developed under the codename Teleforce. This device supposedly accelerated pellets or slugs of material to a high velocity inside a vacuum chamber using electrostatic repulsion, and then fired them out of aimed nozzles at intended targets. When talking about his device in 1934, he explained that many thousands of horsepower can thus be transmitted by a stream...
Okay, well this is boring. Come on, get to the super lasers. Super lasers.
and other oddities. While of course,
Oddities.
some people might have set their houses on fire amidst the chaos to cash in on their insurance, there's enough evidence here to suggest there's more at play than just that.
I mean, is there though? Because I happen to live in an area that's been affected pretty heavily by wildfires too, and I mean, yeah, I don't know, it just kind of happens. Usually you can tell why it happens because the weather is the way that it is. I don't know, maybe the super alien lasers or whatever that caused the forest fires just happened to, like, pick the times when the weather is the way that it would naturally produce a forest fire. You know, it's in such the way that people say that the moon landing could have been faked if they had actually gone up to the moon to fake it. That's the only way they could have faked the moon landing. Yeah, I mean, I guess that works. I don't know. I guess what I'm saying is, I don't know, Occam's razor, dude. Natural phenomenons probably exist, and it's easier to assume that California is just a fucking dry place with a lot of brush. There's also the gender reveal party retards that cause this shit. Yeah, we don't have space lasers to and directed energy weapons. We don't have that to blame for forest fires. We have idiots trying to let everybody know that it's a boy.
But the most incriminating evidence for the use of DEWs is this satellite data collected on the scene. This video was released only on September 8th, 2020, showing that DEWs are a significant likelihood for explaining the origins of these devastating wildfires. So, if it's true that wildfires are being started with DEWs, then who is behind it? Why are they doing it? Is it the Chinese or the Russians trying to covertly attack the US? Is it the government themselves trying to clear land or cause panic and poverty to breed dependence in its population?
I think it's that 400-pound guy sitting on his bed that Trump talked about at that debate years ago. Remember when they asked him if Russia hacked whatever, and he was like, it could be some 400-pound guy sitting on his bed. I think he's the one that started the forest fires.
Many theorists suggest that the fires both in California and Australia happen to be along the paths that long-proposed high-speed rail networks would be built, and that the military testing may very well be performed in a location that would clear space of cheap land for the government to use at the same time. Interestingly, an update from the US Department of Defense themselves as recently as September 16th seemingly confirmed the presence of, or at least research into DEWs, saying that new technologies are fundamentally changing the character of war, and the two Air Force services are leading that charge. China and Russia seek to erode our long-standing dominance in air power through long-range fires, anti-access/aerial denial systems.
Boring! We're all gonna die in horrible fucking disasters in a war. Yeah, I know. Thank you. I watch videos like this to get away from... Ooh, weird psychedelic visuals. What's going on here?
Sealed to the deck. The experiment was allegedly based on an aspect of some unified field theory, which merged theories of electromagnetism and gravity into one complete theory. The generators were said to be able to bend light around an object via refraction, so that the object became completely invisible. However, other theories are far more interesting, suggesting that the Eldridge actually moved into a higher dimension, which is how, upon returning, people were found merged to the ship. Despite the effects on the crew, however, some theorists put forth that the experiment was repeated on October 28, 1943. This time, the Eldridge not only became invisible, but it disappeared from the area in a flash of blue light and reappeared in Norfolk, Virginia, over 200 miles away.
Damn, dude, this sounds like one hell of an X-Files episode. Let's jump ahead.
All complicit in. If the secret government did indeed perform time travel experiments and shift
time travel experiments, ooh.
What else might have been changed in our past?
I don't know,
present,
dude.
Or future?
Well, I know that Ebony Darkness Dementia Raven Way wasn't able to give Dumbledore the amnesia potion because the amnesia potion wasn't invented yet back in time, so the effects wouldn't have worked. So I know that much wouldn't have changed.
If the powers that be actually have control of this reality, then nothing is off limits. Time and space could be bent to the will of anyone who had the power or technology to do so. In that case, the question is, who is ultimately driving the ship of the paradigms in which we exist? Do we have any say at all in our future? Who?
We're on an amazing flight in space!
To ultimate power. The mysteries are about to be revealed.
Hey dude, you're so uncool, but hey, that's alright. There's no need to be uptight.
Coronavirus pandemic.
Oh, it's time!
Like other cataclysms in history,
alright boys, get your fucking masks on!
Virus has devastated.
Be sure to social distance and chat. 6 feet!
Exodus from many workplaces.
6 comment lines apart, everybody! I want you guys 6 comments apart from one another.
As millions took to the indoors and video calls to do their jobs, where millions of others lost their jobs completely. Based on the reactions of the many, often facilitated by the media, it would seem as though the pandemic was a deadly killer. Panic and fear swept through mass consciousness. But the question many are asking themselves is this fear necessary? When looking at the science, one might question whether COVID-19 deserves the tag of pandemic at all. According to the US Center for Disease Control,
guys, we're about to get some fucking real truths from the Spirit Science channel here. Can we just hear that again?
But the question many are asking themselves is this fear necessary? When looking at the science, one might question whether COVID-19 even deserves the tag of pandemic at all. According to the US Center for Disease Control, the updated age group survival rates for COVID-19...
Guys, I looked at the science. Come on, I looked at the science. It's totally fucking bogus. Come on.
Are as follows. Ages 0 to 19 have a 99.997 chance of survival. Ages 20 to 49 have a 99.98 chance of survival.
Oh boy.
Ages 50 to 69 have a 99.5 chance.
I mean, that's all well and good, but I mean, I don't know. I know people who have got coronavirus and have since, like, been clean of it for months and still can't smell anything. So, I don't know. I'm gonna say it's kind of a big deal. A little bit. I don't know. Stop and smell the roses sometime, bro. There you go. That'll teach you.
Survival. And ages 70 plus have a 94.6 chance of survival.
Also, I have a pretty strong suspicion that this is completely made up. I don't know what the proof, I don't know what the source is for these numbers. But this feels pretty fake. I don't know.
These
To be totally honest, though, I don't personally know anybody who's died of coronavirus. I know some people who have had it and survived, so I mean, there you go, but I will say these numbers do feel pretty fake. I don't know.
Rates are nearly identical, only ever so slightly higher than the human toll from the seasonal flu, and are also significantly lower mortality rates.
And then you have someone in chat here who says their sister-in-law lost half their family, so I mean, there you go. Like, I don't know. Like, I feel like a lot of the time when people have these kinds of, like, oh, the coronavirus isn't a real problem, bro. It mostly comes from people who don't really have, like, I guess a great perspective. Like, they're like me, and they just, like how I said, I don't personally know anybody who has died from coronavirus, but, like, that doesn't mean people haven't, and if you talk to some people, you might learn that, I don't know.
Many other ailments for the same age groups.
Jextra in chat died from corona.
Right now,
so did Life Finch.
Of 320
oh no, Life Finch says that they got better. Okay.
Million people as of the 2019 census records. Basic math will tell you that the 200.
Where are the sources? Yeah, where are the sources? You got these numbers for us. Where the fuck are your sources?
Amount to only 0.07% of the total population. Similarly, with the UK, even with its rising.
Does it show the sources anywhere?
1,000 people significantly chances of 19 are as follows. U.S. Center for Disease COVID-19 even deserves the tag of pandemic at all. According to the U.S. Center for Disease Control, the updated age group survival rates for COVID-19 are as follows.
Is this real? This doesn't sound fucking. Come on. That's bullshit. That's bullshit. What? You know what? Live action fucking fact checking. Live fact checking. Hang on. CDC, COVID, fucking death by age. Death rate by age percentage. Sure. Well, this isn't what I want. God damn it. Well, this is not how. Okay, see, this is the. This is this is why we have problems. Because I'm looking up this information now, and I'm trying to find it, and all I'm getting is like the number of deaths or the likelihood of deaths. It's not giving you the percentage. Death rate percentage. COVID view. What do we got? What do we got? I don't know how to read any of this shit. God damn it. The point is that I cannot easily find and fact check the numbers that he's giving us. And it does not seem, based on the very quick maths that I'm doing in my head, quick maths, I'm looking at the numbers that I am being shown, and I don't feel like it's 99.999% survive under the age of 20 or whatever the fuck that said.
This is not intended to reduce people to a number, for of course the deceased meant something to someone, and many loved ones have been lost in this time. For those looking outside of the mainstream narrative, many have questioned the authenticity of the story and fear perpetuated by the media and governments since the very beginning, with at least 1/3 of Americans believing that COVID itself was made in a lab, and that the event was purposefully planned.
Okay, but what's the difference if it was, though? I mean, I wouldn't say I wouldn't say I strongly disagree with the idea that it might have been, you know, it might have been planned by our friendly neighborhood Winnie the Pooh look-alike. But, you know, I'm just saying, that's a possibility, sure. What does it change the fact, though, that it's out there? Like, yeah. I love the people that try to argue, like, no, it was a made-up virus made by whoever. But also, there's no virus, and I don't have to wear my mask. Fuck you. And it's like, okay. Well, is it made up, or is it just not real? What's going on?
Theories as to why include everything from being a method to quell overpopulation to a means to mass vaccinate people with a specific chemical, drug, or nanoparticle that could make people easier to control, or even tamper with their DNA, making raising consciousness difficult or nigh impossible. So far, almost all of the effort and attempts to discuss this outside of the mainstream narrative have been banned across nearly all social media channels, and one particularly powerful documentary and its creator being not just silenced everywhere, but violently attacked by the mainstream media itself. Naturally, we are fully prepared for this video and all of our Conspiracy Theory of Everything series to be removed from YouTube, and that's why we've created Spirit Conspiracies, a free collection of censored content and a private workshop hosted on a secure and safe platform.
Great, of course, so you can get even more crazy shit over at the source. Wonderful. Yeah, so I mean, I understand it to an extent. Like, again, there's like conspiracy theories like the flat earth where I'm like, what is the point for this? Why would anybody ever make this up? But when it comes to coronavirus, I'm like, yeah, okay, giant, massive, worldwide pandemic forcing people to stay indoors. Like, people are dying left and right, the media's going fucking nuts. Yeah, I can see why some people might believe that there's something going on here. I don't necessarily know if this doesn't really seem like it's telling me anything about what. It's just sort of like hinting at, oh, there might be something, but you should come join our website to find out the real truth. Like, okay.
You can get free access to
my mistake, I thought this 4-hour video would tell me enough.
Nevertheless, as time has gone on, a new term has been coined to describe what many are believing to be the true intention behind this pandemic: the Great Reset. Back in mid-August, former Australian Senator Cory Bernardi presented a piece for Sky News Australia in which he claimed that the agenda behind the pandemic was for elite Davos billionaires to bring about a Great Reset that would see permanent social and economic changes. Bernardi described that there was something unusual about the continuing pandemic panic, citing medical experts who now acknowledge that lockdowns don't work, and actually asking the audience to consider if there's another agenda at work. To add further weight to this conversation, Bernardi then highlighted comments by Klaus Schwab, the founder and chairman of the World Economic Forum, who described that COVID-19 proved the old systems of society to be inadequate, and that now is the historical moment of time not only to fight the virus, but to shape the system for the post-corona era.
I mean, yeah, that's true. This is a moment in history when we're realizing, oh shit, yeah, I guess we pretty much just, like, fucking touched everything and everybody and never washed our hands anywhere. Or, like, you know, just stand in packed fucking subways with a bunch of assholes you don't know and think that that's fine. Like, yeah, this is like a wake-up call in a sense. Sure, yeah, it's a thing like with the... It's a thing like after 9/11 when all of a sudden airports and shit were like, oh, wait a second, we need to make sure people don't have bombs? Damn, dude, that sounds hard. What are we supposed to do, check their ID or something? Like, that's crazy, bro, come on.
Now, the World Economic Forum itself is an elite gathering of businessmen, politicians, and celebrities that happens every year in Davos, Switzerland. Their mission is stated as being committed to improving the state of the world by engaging business, political, academic, and other leaders of society to shape global, regional, and industry agendas. To that end, many attendees use the opportunity to hold private meetings on things like investment in their countries and as a chance to do business deals. Interestingly, until the financial crash of 2008, attending Davos was considered a must for the great and good. But since then, critics have suggested that it is a symbol of the global elite, some of whom are to blame for that same very crisis. One particular Time magazine editor described Davos as a family reunion for the people who broke the modern world. Today,
wow, that's cool.
Historically, plague outbreaks have brought about changes on a worldwide scale that far exceeded just health concerns. Riots, famine, war, and clashes, and the redrawing of national boundaries are all historical precedents. The Black Death signaled the final stages of the medieval period and gave birth to the Renaissance. The plague of Justinian caused the Byzantine Empire to change course, and the smallpox epidemic all but wiped out the Inca and Mesoamerican empires. The world...
Yeah, and meanwhile, the coronavirus is making a bunch of fat people stay at home. I mean, you know, could be worse. It's definitely a serious problem, but I mean, it's a testament to how we're not all the biggest idiots in the world anymore. I mean, like, say what you will, yeah, you got a lot of dumbasses at fucking Walmart or whatever who don't want to wear their masks because they're American. But, like, back in the day of the fucking Black Death, you had people just, like, shitting on their hands and, like, washing their faces with it. And they didn't realize that, like, oh yeah, maybe that's a bad idea. Maybe that might, you know, be kind of filthy. There's just, like, shit everywhere back in those days. And nobody fucking knew. And nowadays people have a bit more of an idea. Yeah, we could stand to wash our hands a bit better. But for the most part, when humanity all took note that there might be a horrible virus that would kill everybody, we were all just like, oh, well, shit, I guess we better stay inside. It's, I don't know. I mean, say what you will, coronavirus has sucked, but it's really got a long ways to show how, again, you know, human ingenuity. If this had happened fucking 100 years ago, people would have just been screwed. People would have been stuck indoors, they would have killed themselves. What were we gonna do for an entire fucking year trapped inside? No social media, no, like, websites to browse, no Netflix, no fucking ebooks to download. I mean, I guess you could read books too, but you'd have to have them already at your house. The point is that, you know, for all the bad of coronavirus, think for a moment about, you know, humans really, you know, we're outside of the couple assholes that are deciding to protest wearing masks in Florida, usually in Florida. I don't know. It's been a sign that humanity has mostly got their shit together. A couple people could stand to go, though, maybe. Just a couple.
Economic Forum's panel...
I don't even know what I'm talking
creates
about
a
anymore.
conceptual framework for how such a change would be brought about, dividing its events into macro categories like the economy, political, environmental, and technological factors, and micro categories that focus on specific companies and industries. The final category, however, relates to the personal consequences and how the event so far will alter who we are as humans on a fundamental level. To start.
Yeah, I mean, again, it will be it will affect people. Certainly, it's going to affect the world. But you know, again, this is not the Black Plague. You know, like global fucking epidemic. Everybody's dying. This is just. I mean, yeah, a lot of people have died, and it's pretty unfortunate. But I guess it's just like this is beatable. We can get past this. Other shit. I don't know. I guess I'm just not understanding his point in all of this, because, like, he's going off about how the coronavirus is going to be the great reset and everybody's going to change after this, but it's like, I don't know. I mean, I would maybe believe you if, like, half the fucking world had Thanos snapped to death, but for the most part, most things are the same. It's not that bad yet, and it seems to be getting better somewhat soon, so it's like, I don't know, if the coronavirus is the part of the fucking massive, like, evil Illuminati conspiracy or whatever that he's trying to get at in this video, well, they seem to be doing a pretty bad job of it, because I feel like they could have wiped out a lot more people before a vaccine was introduced. I don't know. I'm just saying.
The financial impact alone would put the world in such a large sum of debt that future generations would be paying it off indefinitely. The essence of the 21st century, however, is interdependence. We are more connected than ever, and our world is entrenched in a deep systemic connectivity. As such, any economic risk has the potential to turn into a political one, which we've already seen with high unemployment rates and dissatisfaction with governments, sparking the fires of civil unrest. We have also seen the technical repercussions of things like the tracking apps for COVID, which have sparked massive social backlash. But the reset goes much deeper. See, each risk event, like COVID, not only affects the other factors in its own macro, like the economy and society, but also affects the consequences of all other aspects of society. Each individual risk creates a kind of ricochet that provokes other risks in seemingly unrelated areas of society. The World Economic Forum's predictions argue that infectious diseases like COVID will undoubtedly create changes in everything from global governance failure, social instability, and unemployment to involuntary migration. Describing their plans further, they have put forth first that an increased sense of security and inclusiveness is inevitable to mitigate the social unrest and unemployment. But above that, we must move into a more sustainable method of living, as the next big crisis waiting for us is the climate crisis, and we are heading straight for it. Speaking to this further, their plan is to redefine our social contract.
Wait, hang on. You believe in QAnon and the Pizzagate shit, but you're also coming at me with the climate crisis? I wasn't expecting that. I'm sure the next part of this video is gonna get into how the climate change thing's all a hoax too. Like you. Can you imagine just a huge curveball like that? Just like one glaring conspiracy that he just leaves out, and people in the comments are like, "Hey, dude, you didn't talk at all about crop circles. What's going on?" He's just like, "What? What are you talking about, crop circles? I've never heard of those before." And then he never mentions it again, and it's really weird.
Inclusive with each other, setting up systems where we can leave solutions and responsibility to the next generation as well as our problems. Social contract, basically put, is the glue that binds society together. Without it, society unravels. One of the biggest changes that is needed is in regards to inflation. For years, the rate of inflation has fallen for many goods and services, with the exception of the three things that matter the most for many.
No, I will say he's not so wrong in this part. I mean, yeah, he was wrong about the death statistics and shit, probably, but, like, maybe he wasn't. I don't know. The point is that, I don't know, he's mostly just saying the world will change. If you go on, life will change. This is basically just Persona 5 song right now. So, I mean, yeah, this is probably, like, the least crazy part of the video. You really think you would have led with this and not Pizzagate? I don't know.
Of us. Housing, healthcare, and education. In all of these things, prices have only risen, creating and widening the societal gap, even as much as forcing families into debt for medical treatment or college education. What form a new social contract will take is difficult to imagine because it depends on the culture and history of each country. What makes a good change for China won't be the same for the US. In general, there are some universals that are being argued for. A broader, if not universal provision for social
assistance. Hey, chat. So, once upon a time, America gets into a horrible financial crisis, and then China decides to bail them out. And then yada yada yada, coronavirus and TikTok. Just thought I'd
assistance,
mention
including
that.
Insurance and healthcare, and a move towards protecting the most vulnerable. Next, with the three main agreed upon consensus for how COVID is going to spread further into the year, Schwab argues that the world—
Someone in chat says this is boring. Where are the chakras and the space Jews? Yeah, where are the space Jews? It seems like he cut the space Jews out of his manifesto. He cut the space Jews and the chakras out in favor of, like, fucking references to Ready Player One and screeds about how technology drives us further apart or whatever.
Economy can never truly recover until COVID is defeated or put behind us.
Yeah, alright, well, I'm gonna put this segment of this video behind us. What do we got next?
Failure of healing presents a potential for the chaotic spread of disease. It is not at all far-fetched to say that humans have brought to life deadly viruses. In fact, we seem to do it all the time, and scientists are growing worried that unleashing do-it-yourself plagues will only become easier as technology progresses.
Do-it-yourself plagues?
But in that case, what about COVID? Well, scientists at the University of North Carolina, in collaboration with the Wuhan Institute for Virology, an institute which shares its city with ground zero of COVID-19, in 2015...
yeah, if you can't trust the Wuhan Virology Institute, yeah, who can you trust, honestly?
With the intention of fighting early what horrors may await us in the future, envisioned and brought to life a chimeric virus with the spike of a bat coronavirus and the backbone of a mouse-adapted one, achieving cross-species spread.
Man, this is sure a lot of coronavirus. We're talking about SARS over here. I got all excited when we got into the coronavirus, but now it's just like what the fuck is this? What am I supposed to take away from this? There's probably something crazy going on in this image, but I'll be fucked if I can tell what it is.
That certain mutation allowed the virus to unlock its potential to infect humans.
Oh, damn, dude. The coronavirus is gonna unlock the other 90% of its brain and become like Scarlett Johansson in that one movie. It's gonna be great.
Trustworthy. As we go digging down the rabbit hole, what we find is a litany of information to suggest that this virus was definitively planned or put forth from a very high level.
Plandemic!
However, and what is truly upsetting here is that the mainstream media and social network giants have sent a very clear message to the world. Deeper investigation or purporting certain conversations, areas we seek to go, will not be tolerated and will be flagged and removed on the spot.
Was it necessary to do that now? Like, can't we just, like, deal with this now, and then maybe later you can, like, fucking do your 9/11 documentary videos on BitChute or whatever? Like, can't we just wait a little bit to, like, investigate the truth or whatever? I'm with you. I'm with you. You want to investigate, go for it. But, like, I do agree to an extent what he's saying. Like, you know, people should have the right to, like, you know, talk about these things. It's not like, I mean, I don't know. I don't know. It's like, it really is a fine line, because it's like you have like misinfo that's harmful, but then you have just people speculating and genuinely like talking about a thing. And I don't know. I mean, you know, it's tough to draw the line there. I do get what he means to an extent about, like, you know, it would be nice if people weren't getting fucking banned for, like, talking about this or whatever, but it's also maybe not the time right now when there's, like, a lot of people who aren't wearing masks and should be. It's not the time to be coming at people with, like, questionable info that is not backed up by anything yet. Maybe it will be at some point. Maybe the questionable info will be redeemed someday and we can all be like, oh, well, we should have listened to you. But for the time being, the info that we do have, based on the scientists that we do have and do listen to, I mean, says that we should probably be wearing masks and whatnot. So, I mean, I don't know. It's one thing to say we should be allowed to talk about the thing, but it's another thing to say maybe not. I mean, I don't want to say don't allow people to talk about the thing, but it's like, I don't know. Now it's just a time when there's enough stupid people out there. And yeah, you can say, well, stupid people stupid people have the right to not wear their mask if they want when they go out and then kill themselves of a virus, but then they spread it to other less stupid people who just have the misfortune of being around them, you know? So it's like, I don't know. For the time being, it would be best if we just all crack down on info about this sort of stuff that isn't, you know, actually trusted in some way. I guess that's what I'm saying. I don't know. The point is, maybe at some point spreading, you know, maybe at some point discussion of the true origins of Corona or whatever, that can be totally fine. But at the moment, I don't know. Everybody just wear your masks, just for now, until we can get the vaccine, which everybody will also not take because it's Satan.
Received this warning from YouTube loud and clear, and so we had to ask ourselves, is it worth publishing anyways if it will just be taken down moments later? Is it worth publishing if it means the potential shutting down of our channel, which seeks to help facilitate...
Yeah, I ask that question every time.
As important as...
Every time I'm about to every time I'm about to evolve consciousness with one of my uploads, I'm like, well, YouTube's probably just gonna find some reason to shit on me for this one, so...
This is to explore and discuss. We want to make sure that the future is one with spirit science in it. And so this is where...
Yeah, I'm sure you do want to make sure that you're protected in the future. I believe that. That's the first thing in this video that I've totally believe. Let's jump ahead. Now we're in space again. Maybe now we'll get to the space Jews.
How do we get there?
How do we?
Especially when conspiracy theories of the Great Reset and the implementation of a one-world government are so pervading. Is it truly possible to bring everyone together with truth, love, and authenticity? Or is at least part of humanity doomed to mental enslavement forever? As we've explored so far in great detail, it seems as though mental and emotional manipulation is a factor that we must watch out for. But there are a great many people who are asleep to this idea at all. They struggle through the day-to-day, but due to their own connections in life, fail to look for anything more. When doctors tell them that medication is the best and only way to treat their symptoms, they take it without asking any questions, and that's the end of the story. When the media tells them to be afraid of the pandemic, they comply, and fear reigns supreme.
Fucking sheeple.
With this existing paradigm and so many entrenched in it, do we have any hope of truly liberating ourselves in mass?
Oh, see, I hate this. This is where you go off the rails again, because it's like, yeah, like, sure, yeah, at some point people should be allowed to discuss the coronavirus freely and not be, like, banned from social media for it. But you're literally telling people, don't listen to the media and be afraid of this, you know, thing that may possibly be... You know, this is how dumb this is, chat. This whole entire video right now is a what-if possible scenario. Where he's like, what if this? What if that? I don't know. This all may or may not possibly be true. And now he's telling you, when the news and all the media is saying, and all of the people that actually, you know, I mean, again, I don't like the media very much. I don't want to listen to CNN or whatever the fuck, but, you know, when every fucking source that exists that is reputable in any way is telling you the same thing, and you can't even exercise the idea that it may just possibly be a real virus that you might want to be careful about. He's also going back and forth through this video about, like, at one point he says the virus was, like, engineered by whatever, and then in the same breath it seems like he also doesn't believe that the virus is real, and it seems like all of these people have that, where they're like, they kind of believe that it's, like, engineered, but that it's also not a real thing we need to worry about, even though it was actually a thing that was made, and China made it, and China's evil, but we don't have to worry about the pandemic, I guess. Like, I don't understand it. I don't get this mindset. If we go back and listen again, because in case you missed it, it was a kind of a subtle thing.
Asking any questions, and that's the end of the story. When the media tells them to be afraid of the pandemic, they comply, and fear reigns supreme. With this existing paradigm and so many entrenched in it, do we have any hope of truly liberating ourselves in mass?
That's right, liberate yourselves in mass. Don't listen to the media when they tell you should potentially fucking be careful when you're around, like, groups of people or whatever. That's right. You see, this is where you get into the dangerous info in this shit, and it's like, this is just irresponsible to spread this to people, and you frame it in this, like, dishonest, like, oh, what if, guys, haha, what if, just stay subscribed to me for more cool what ifs about our society, guys, hahaha. But it's like, you know, he probably doesn't believe that it's a what if, he believes it, or maybe he doesn't, I don't know, but a lot of the people watching this believe it. And a lot of the people clicking on this are like, oh yeah, I knew it. And this connects to this, does it? Yeah, that makes so much sense. I knew it all along. And they're seeing this, and they're, you know, maybe they're on the fence about the mask or whatever. And they hear you being like, no, liberate yourself, dude. Nah, don't buy into fear. Don't be controlled by fear like a sheep. And now you wonder why retards march in Florida. It's always Florida. About not wearing masks and shit. Because this is why. Because people like this come out here with their fucking info and they make it seem like it's... Oh, it's just a question. It's just a what if. Haha.
More to the point, are we truly ready for such a change? In 2020, humanity collectively learned a lesson about the nature of quarantine, separating and isolating ourselves from each other for long periods of time. However, the lessons of quarantine go deeper than our physical lives, for we also saw and learned about the layers of quarantine within ourselves.
Oh, I understand free speech and regulations and how easy it is to abuse stuff like that, but I'm also saying we're at, like, DEFCON fucking 5 right now. We don't want we don't want it to turn into a black plague because of dumbasses like this who are just like, oh yeah, bro, fuck the media, think for yourself, ha 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 ha. Because most of these people aren't thinking for themselves and they're just following this dipshit. Most of these people aren't thinking for themselves. Most of these people hear the term, hear liberating yourself from fear and all this fucking malarkey, and they're just like, oh yeah, I believe you, bro. I believe you 100%, bro. I'll totally think for myself from now on. I'm 100% with you, Spirit Science. And, you know, I don't know, yeah, I guess it's like, I see people in chat who are like, ha ha ha, he said dangerous info. Yeah, that sounded a little stupid when I said it. I understand how you feel. But I'm just saying that right now, we don't need stupid people like this who have, once again, a fucking million subscriber channel and a fucking check mark on their thing, verified on YouTube, telling people in this, haha, what if, kind of little fucking conspiracy about like, oh yeah, you should, what if you don't want to wear your masks, guys? What if you want to just throw all caution to the wind and go on a fucking march in downtown about how you're American so you don't have to wear a fucking mask at the supermarket? Like, what if? This is what I'm saying, is that it's fine to do this, like 2 years ago. It's fine to, 3 years ago, speculate on, like, what SARS was. Or, fuck, it's fine now if you want to, like, ask questions about fucking Sandy Hook or whatever. I don't care. It's stupid and you sound like an asshole. But if you want to do it, it's not exactly like it's dangerous to anybody. It's just stupid for you. But this is something that's actively dangerous to many, many people, to spread a bunch of fucking false... I mean, maybe false, maybe it's true, I don't fucking know, but the point is, he's spreading info that's, you know, not exactly verified by anybody but him, who seems to get a lot of his info from the Matrix. So, yeah, I don't know, I'm just saying, maybe do actually think for yourself, and don't listen to this idiot telling you, don't listen to them, don't be controlled by fear, Just think for yourself, listen to me, think for yourself, So we're gonna jump ahead a little bit, I don't know how much longer, now we've got the Iron Man heart, like... I told you this was the fucking cinematic universe of crazy bullshit. We've got Iron Man hearts, we've got gray aliens, we've got coronavirus conspiracies. And by the way, chat, like, again, I understand. I understand all of your concerns about freedom of speech and everything, and I get you, but all I'm saying is, you're currently on the side of the guy who's going off on the alien conspiracy and the Matrix. And I'm just saying, you know, okay, fine, you have the freedom to say all these things. You know, that's the takeaway at the end of the day. Spirit Science, you have the freedom to make this video and say your piece. I guess. Even though you're disseminating a bunch of... You're sending out a bunch of stupid fucking... false info to people that are going to just listen to you, you know, you're okay to do that. You can do that, and I can call you out on that, and there you go. That's free speech. There you go. Yeah, the gray alien has spoken.
Species we've never before seen. Unless they are supremely advanced
look
and
at
can
that
destroy
fucking
us with the flick
stride.
of a wrist, but choose not to, which would be very humbling. What's to stop us from imposing our will upon them?
Oh my god! I wasn't ready for that!
Which would be very humbling. What's to stop us from imposing our...
It's American Dad, everybody!
will upon them?
That's amazing!
This question is a real representation of our world today. The pace at which technology has advanced and changed our lives may have outpaced our ability to evolve the wisdom...
Why is the moon going back to its home planet? I want to know about this conspiracy now.
...for such power. Teenage girls' mental health is at an all-time low thanks to the glamification and addictive aspects of social media. Any resource-hungry company who can...
Yeah, and teenage boys' mental health is at an all-time low because it's become just sport to pick on men. So, like, what's your point?
...it monitors and invades our privacy. We have gained the ability to heat the earth, demolish...
All mental health is at an all-time low. Life sucks right now. Maybe, you know, that's another thing, too. He was going off earlier about how, you know, what if we all just abandon life and get lost in this virtual reality, and then the real world starts to suffer, and it's like, yeah, that might happen, but what if we all start to use virtual reality because the real world sucks so bad already, and we just want to get out of that? I don't know. That's the real thing.
Forests and shape the land perhaps more quickly than we can learn what the consequences of such power may be. Materially, we may be advanced, but spiritually, we have a lot of catching up to do. Speaking to this emerging paradigm, in some schools of geology, archaeology, and natural sciences, a new epoch of geological time has been proposed. As you may have seen in the Sumerian epic, the Pleistocene was followed by the Holocene, beginning around 11,650
I
years
knew it! Chrono Trigger 2's confirmed.
before today, which is the current period we are in now. However, increasing numbers of voices have argued that humanity's impact on the environment and our ability to alter the ecosystem of our world calls for us to be in a new epoch. This is known as the Anthropocene debate and argues that the natural world has become so affected by humans that it warrants a redefinition of our place in time. As of July of 2020, the International Union of Geological Sciences hasn't officially approved the term, but various start dates has been
What are we even talking about now? Is the world fucking shifting back into a Pangea? Here's the Illuminati with more at 11 with the Illuminatis.
But then again, even this is just another paradigm of belief. And in this game of life, you choose your own paradigm. We're not suggesting this is true either
Final
way,
Fantasy
but it is
Legend
something
3
to be mindful
predicted
of,
Corona,
as there are
that's
a great
right.
many paradoxes in existence, and we must be free to explore all of them where they lead us. And here at last we come to the heart of our conspiracy theory of everything. And this states that alongside technological progress to give us our material wealth, we must develop spiritual technology within our own bodies, which will aid.
Now, I know there's Chrono Cross, but that's not really a sequel. Also, yes, The Matrix is a good movie. The first one. Honestly, the second one's not even that bad. But that's not the point. One should not base their ideology on The Matrix. I'm still so amazed. Like, you ever just really just stop and think, like on the very base level, The Matrix has influenced people with the stupid red pill, blue pill shit. And God, that will never stop now. Fucking dog pilling and black pilling, quantum pilling, it never ends. But then there's just all these people that genuinely believe that they're living in a fucking Matrix. And I don't know if that was a concept that people were believing en masse before the movie The Matrix. That's the stunning part, is like, I really wonder how crazy people would be now if it wasn't for that movie.
Us in navigating our ever-changing physical world.
Especially the
Then
Wachowskis.
may we truly ever advance to the next stage.
The
Our
higher
liberation and transcendence
phase.
truly happens through revelation. The word itself actually stems from the meaning disclosure of information to man by a divine or supernatural agency, as well as unveiling or uncovering.
And that's
of
what
sorts.
you're doing right now, I got you.
Science and religion. These discoveries speak to a deeper, basic, and more intrinsic understanding about the nature of who we are and our place in the cosmos, as well as the abilities that we have and may inherit. Speaking to the nature of consciousness itself, these discoveries are so paradigm-shattering that life on Earth as we know it.
Man, you know what I just realized? We're like nearly done with this video, and I just realized he stopped using that stupid voice changer thing. He used to use that voice changer thing for like all of his videos, and he made himself sound like the fucking zoophile rat from that podcast. But now at least he talks like a normal guy. I guess that's an improvement.
Will never be the same once the knowledge becomes commonplace.
Based on
among the
claw
people of
pilled,
the
yes.
Earth. That is, if it's ever allowed to get there. For a long time, our perception of spirituality has been governed by the religions of the world, and our perception of the universe and the nature of life has been governed by science. Movies like Zeitgeist outline and identify ways in which the religious institutions have monopolized people in a myriad of ways, while others today, such as Dr. Rupert Sheldrake's The Science Delusion, demonstrates how science has been used to shepherd people into a mindset, keeping us locked into a paradigm of physicality and nothing more.
Okay, great. So religion bad, science bad, phone bad, government bad, video games bad, everything bad except spirit science. I'm glad we've come to these stunning fucking conclusions at the end of the day.
Further, these two voices
Food is all
have
bad.
been at odds for a very long time, sharply criticizing one another or otherwise outright refusing to acknowledge each different perspective, or their many merits and wisdoms that they bring forth.
Oh wait, is spirit science coming at us with the based and enlightened centrist perspective? Oh no. Oh no, I'm gonna have to fucking rethink my whole life.
Today, new revelations about the nature of consciousness.
Everything bad. Universe bad.
Destroy the dogma we've clung to for so long, and give us a foundational
Big Chungus good,
to create
yes.
a new world for ourselves.
Bad.
Truly,
I
it's how
agree.
we can create heaven on earth. All that's required is our complete participation. One example of this is found in the work of Dr.
Someone in chat asks what this guy's ideal civilization is, and clearly it's this. I think this guy's ideal civilization, we're talking about Chrono Trigger in chat. I think he wants to build Zeal. I think he wants to build the kingdom of Zeal, where people are just like dreaming 24/7 and using their minds to create fucking weirdo psychic shit to happen. I don't know. I don't know, man. I'm just thinking of it now, and as I go through this video, like, the more I think of it, basically, everything that we've seen has pretty much just been some form of, hey, this thing that you have some faith in or care about sucks and is bad, and is actually a tool of the Satan, Anunnaki, demiurge, space Jews, or whatever the fuck it is. Like, it just seems like it's just condemning everything, and I guess the only right way of thinking is to, like, fucking sign yourself up to the spirit side of science ideology. People described spirit science to me previously as sort of a cult, and it really kind of is a bit of a cult. The way that this is, it really is just kind of like everything's shit, and the only way you can be happy is if you follow the teachings that we'll teach you.
Complete participation. One example of this is found in the work of Dr. Bruce Lipton with the biology of belief.
It is a great
explains with
SimCity
profound
map, I
scientific logic
agree.
That our beliefs and self-identity are a
Magna
product of our environment,
Santi.
and that as we think it, so shall we become.
Yeah, claw bad.
That if we spend our lives believing
Chad,
that...
I'm not looking at the Newgrounds. I looked at the Newgrounds the last time I looked at spirit science. Come on.
My family had a hereditary disease.
But for those of you who don't know, yes, spirit science originally began, I believe, on Newgrounds. Not as spirit science, but as just like an animator or like a flash game designer or whatever. And yeah, I guess eventually he kind of fucking went... You know, there was an alchemical reaction, as he once put it famously. And I guess he kind of went off the rails and started making videos about how we all need to think for ourselves and listen to him.
So I'll get it too. You are consciously and subconsciously programming your body with signals that will facilitate you creating that outcome. And of course, this belief and others can come from our parents and family, or the environments that we expose ourselves to. When we look at all of our childhood programming together, we find today a mashup of countless different media programs and entertainment, news stories, passed down rhetoric and ideas that we received from friends and others around us. Who we are today was shaped by the world, and while many of the lessons that we received growing up were good and valid,
Oh my God.
many others were simply long-held beliefs that have been passed down for generations.
Oh my God, the whole takeaway from this video is literally the end of Metal Gear Solid 2, chat. We were right. This really is just memes, genes, and scenes. This is...
Yet may not hold our highest
Oh my
interest
God.
at heart. These beliefs shaped our perspective of the world, and in that, how we behave and act, which leads us to create our destinies. As it would seem, many of the belief systems we hold on to disempower ourselves from being able to live our lives to the fullest. Further, many of the largest industries today are built upon previous paradigms, and so their continued growth means the limiting of this new understanding. For example, we return here to the pharmaceutical industry. If you help someone cure their depression, it's very difficult to justify charging them thousands of dollars a year for a prescription.
That's right, chat members. Oni plays is spirit science, you're correct.
It is far easier and much more lucrative that their depression or illness will be with them for a very long, long time. We must
This
understand...
video is so fucking rambling and nonsense, like... Even when because he has some things that are like okay points, like yeah, I can believe the big pharma, if you want to use that term, might rather keep me on, like, meds than actually, like, cure my problem. I can believe that. I got you there. But when you bury it randomly in this other tirade about all this other shit, and it's just like, all of a sudden, you're like, oh yeah, by the way, drug companies. This is like the Neil Breen rant at the end of his one movie where he's just like, the media, the insurance companies, the banks, they are all corrupt!
That the environment has played a very significant role in the creation of our collective reality, even from the moment that we were conceived, and all of the experience that we've had since birth. And while birth defects do exist, Bruce's research says that 95% of people have perfectly fine DNA and can change how their genes are expressing themselves if they will it so. For some, this may be easier than it is for others,
Big
but it's very
Chungus
empowering
Pharma.
research nonetheless.
That's right.
If we can change the signals our bodies are receiving, the thoughts and feelings we tell ourselves and receive from others, the places we live, the music we listen to, the food that we eat, the entertainment we watch, all of these aspects will play a role in reshaping our lives by
Live your life, right? You know, actually, I'm not even gonna do the fucking voice. I'm literally just gonna... Hang on. Hold on. MGS2 ending each.
There's no such thing in the world as absolute reality.
This is all this
Most
is!
of what they call real is actually
This is
fiction.
this whole video!
What you think you see is only as real as your brain tells you it is.
Then, what am I supposed to believe in? What am I going to leave behind when I'm through?
We can tell other people
What am I
about
fighting
you
for?
faith. What we had faith in. What we found important enough to fight for. It's not whether you were right or wrong, but how much faith you were willing to have. That decides the future. The Patriots are a kind of ongoing fiction too, come to think of it. Listen, don't obsess over words so much. Find the meaning behind the words, then decide. You can find your own name.
Find the meaning behind the words, and that is to say, there's no meaning behind any of this.
influencing us from surface to very deep levels.
Okay,
As
alright.
Bruce's work
How
suggests-
do we... Like, this has been, like, almost ending. I swear, like, a little over halfway through this video, I felt like it was almost over. And it's just kept going, and it feels like it's just fucking spinning its wheels. It's been done with this corona shit for, like, 20 minutes now. And it's still just like, we can do it! We can be better! You can liberate yourself! Think yourself for you! Yes! It just keeps fucking going with this, like, cult yes we can bullshit. Come on.
And yet, this is still not the end in the birthing process of the new paradigm. For if we choose to embrace the belief of it, we may just allow ourselves to experience ascension.
Ascension.
If we look back into ancient history,
Oh my
there are stories
God.
told about something so much
No,
greater.
why are we looking back into ancient history at the end of the video? Why did you start with ancient history? You started with the fucking demiurge and the source of all life in the universe, and then you immediately went to fucking Pizzagate and Hillary Clinton. Why weren't you talking about the beginning of time or whatever the fuck this is back then? God damn it!
Store for us the freeing of earthbound limitations that keep us tethered to this plane of being. The concept of ascension itself mostly came from the stories of Jesus as he rose to heaven after his resurrection, ascending to a higher plane. But we also see it spanning back through Greek.
I know my
Hebrew,
mic's
and even
peaking.
Egyptian
My mic
mythology,
fucking
which
sucks.
told stories of being
Everybody on the internet fucking uses a Blue Yeti, and yet I use it and I can't fucking make it work. Somebody kill me. Holy shit.
who transformed into deities through their striving for wisdom. The tales of the Greek Hermes Trismegistus are especially prominent here, as well as what is written in the Emerald Tablets of Thoth.
Oh, shut up.
Are also a part of the divine order, even necessary for us for some reason. Perhaps in learning the lessons of who we are on our great journey of discovery.
This
as
is the same stock footage he used at the beginning of this video.
These conspiracy theories, while certainly dark and often terrible, could even be a fundamental necessity in order for ascension to take place one day in the future.
Oh, is that so?
While for some, the ascension paradigm resonates true and certain, for others, there is doubt and skepticism, fear and loathing.
In Las
certainly,
Vegas.
It is for each of us to find our own truth and to embrace all that life has to offer.
Yeah, okay, I got you. I heard you fucking 47 minutes ago. Thank you. Very cool. Alright, so that's the Spirit Science 4-hour movie. Holy shit, that was just...
With open hearts...
Shut up! Shut up! Shut up! Never speak again. Shut the fuck up. Okay. That'll about do it for that. We're gonna get into some super chats and stuff now, and I'm gonna try not to... I'm gonna try not to be so upset overall. Let's do some music. Let's do some background music. Yeah, good shit. Alright. God, I've been going for fucking 4 hours. I hate this. Alright, we're gonna do these super chats quick, because I have to make some late night spaghetti. $3 from Trans Miku Binder Hamilton. Thank you very much. $9 from Red Gentleman. Pretty sure these live streams help me get through 2020. Thank you. Oh, you're very welcome. Here's to another horrible 2021 that I can help you get through. $2 from Trans Miku Binder Hamilton. No message, but thanks. $5 from the Blue Ferret Project. You're gonna make my store clothes bearable. Thanks, Claw. You're welcome. I hope you managed to get it all taken care of. $5 from Daniela Ariona. No message, but thank you. $5 from Cash Mercury. I'm gonna fall asleep to this stream. Have fun, people. Well, that was 4 hours ago, so you might be awake already by this point. Again, but yeah, rest in peace. $3 from Daniela Ariona once again. Thank you. $2 from Lou. Howdy, Claranosaurus Rex. Own any cool vinyls? I don't. No, I don't. Don't follow the vinyl and the whatnot. I ain't about that life. $10 from John Calder. Nora Wakeman, this is Child Protective Services Officer DeadwingDork. We have gotten an anonymous call of you keeping 8 of your 9 daughters locked in the basement. I feel like that's a reference to something. I'm not sure what, though. $5 from Azuri. Just got my vaccine, Paps. Wish me luck. Well, good luck. I hope it doesn't turn you into a crazy psychopath like the conspiracies say. $5 from Natalie. My first time catching a stream on time. Love you, Papa. Please come back to Instagram. Oh yeah, I had an Instagram. I forgot about that. Yeah. Yeah, maybe someday. I don't really have anything interesting to take pictures of. I sit around playing Hitman all day and Dragon Quest on my 3DS. What am I gonna take pictures of? I don't know. But I'll consider it. $5 from Honky Kong. My bong is loaded and my crystals are fully charged with positive energy. Let's get spiritual with science. Yeah, there was nothing scientific about this stream. Especially nothing I said. $5 from Sean Fallon. What's up, Claw? I just listened to the Spirit Science stream while I was grinding through FF9 again. That seems like a good fit, honestly. Especially that last part. Man, the Demi-Urge really do just be the Necron or whatever from FF7. Or FF9, rather. $5 from another art channel. You have just become my new bedtime YouTuber to fall asleep to. Thank you, Clawfather. Oh, you're welcome. I hope you rest easy. $2 from Adam Wolford. He also says that jewels are from space. I mean, some of them are, probably, statistically. $5 from Joe Vinny the Hyena. Hey, I lucked out and got the day off, so here's some pay juice. Oh, nice, pay juice. I can put that in my spaghetti later. $5 from Tooniest Tunes. As an Egyptian, I can confirm this is all true, along with Yami Yugi and Ankh-gasms. Ankh-gasms? Huh, never heard of that one. $7 from 16 Ghosts. Cheers, man. Drinking Kraken Black Spice Rum, too. Yeah, this was just a little... Man, this was just a little sampler, and I only just barely finished this. Jesus. I bought this whole Maker's Mark and I haven't even touched it. Damn. It's a good rum though. I like it. Giving me the heartburn though. $20 from Carrion Storm. Boy, if space Jews are real, then they really threw the Earth Jews to the wolves by leaving them on Earth. I have no idea of the real context. Almost 100 characters left. I don't know what else to say. I almost used them all up. And then there's like a heart emoji. Or actually, I guess that's more of a penis and balls. It's like a little chode. The Space Jews thing comes from like his old Theory of Everything videos. I talked about those on the first Spirit Science stream like a year ago. So I guess check that out as well. Let me see. $2 from channel I made so I can comment on stuff. Is Patchman dead? I guess he doesn't really use the patch guy as much anymore. That's a shame. His animation was like the best part of his videos, honestly. $5 from perhaps Claw's about to get cracked by the Kraken. Yeah, perhaps. $2 from Hashed Out. Love your content, dude. Try not to get brain rot. Oh yeah, what? How could I possibly get brain rot watching a stream like this? Watching a video like that, rather. $5 from Brother Davy Sancti. Wonder what that guy was like in high school. Well, I mean, we know that when he was 20 years old, he was, like, apparently accused of rape, so, I mean, probably a fine lad. $2 from Tunius Tunes. Ancient aliens, more like ancient heresies. Yeah. $5 from Darkbreaker97. Jupiter ascending and bees can, like, smell cosmic royalty. Yeah. Yeah, I was feeling some Jupiter ascending vibes throughout a lot of that, actually. Funny that you say that. $10 from Brother... That's another classic Wachowski brothers, or sisters, I guess, film from the post-Matrix timeline, which is to say it's also terrible. $10 from Brother Davi Sancti. I don't have enough vodka for this stream. I had too much alcohol for this stream, and I barely drank any of it. $4 from Fanart Wolf. 2 streams in a row. Pog. Seems like some deep shite. S-H-A-I-T. Yeah, well, I mean, I've got another couple planned in the offing. I've got some weird incels to look at soon, apparently. That's what I've been told, anyway. I don't know if I'll actually be looking at them, but I've heard there's some good incel channels, so that might happen. I wanted to do a weekly world news stream, but, apparently everybody agrees weekly world news is, like, supposed to be parody or satire, which I'm not sure it is, honestly. I feel like it was, well, maybe it was supposed to be, but there was a lot of stupid people who believed in weekly world news back in the day. I don't know. I feel like the world needs to know about weekly world news again. $5 from Nuzzles. Those hoo-hoos were educational, don't worry. The hoo-hoos and the hee-hees. $5 from Galler the Holy. Yo, I'm at work and there's a stream and it's my first one. Yeet. Well, that's yeet indeed. $5 from Joshua C. This pretentious BS is too much, man. This nonsense is killing my high. Yeah, I mean, I was trying to be high for most of the stream and it really wasn't working. There's a name in Cyrillic I can't pronounce here with 200 rubles. Hey, finally made it to the stream. Let's go! Gentle Giant intro when? Well, I mean, I guess sometime soon, possibly. I don't know. I'm trying to work around what songs don't get me, you know, sought out by YouTube's bot, but, you know, Gentle Giant's a good one to start a stream with, honestly. Start it with Knots and freak everybody out. £5 from Space Duke Boy. Thank you. $10 from Calm Killer. The thing I hate about this dude is he sometimes starts off using legitimate science or philosophy to reel you in, but halfway in the sentence is a seamless sharp turn and bam, the moon is an egg and space Jews. The super chat didn't say space Jews, I just added that part, but yeah, the moon is an egg, that's another famous meme from the Space Jews video that we looked at previously. But yeah, it's a shame because some of the stuff he talks about doesn't seem totally insane. And then he'll quickly go completely off the rails again, and it's like, oh man, okay. $5 from channel I made so I can comment on stuff. Sophia, he said the thing. I clapped when I heard it. It broke new ground. $2 from Evil Betty. No message, but thank you. $5 from Mad Evil Genius. I just came in and you were doing acid, man. Nice nothing like spirit science to make me feel less stupid on the weekend. Yeah, well, that's what the stream is here for, honestly. Kirko Gryman with $5. Why would I need to research after listening for 4 hours? Why am I even here then? Yeah, exactly. You give me the 4... Like, I should hope that the 4-hour video is the condensed version, but I guess not. $5 from Toy Soldier Nario. Spirit Science is just Movie Bob thinking he can outthink death. I saw a lot of people comparing him to Movie Bob, and I don't know if I see it. I guess a little bit. Some of the pseudo-intellectualism, maybe. $2 from Joshua C. Whoever telling you your mic is low is lying. Yeah, I don't know. I think I'm just gonna buy a new fucking mic, honestly, because I am not understating it when I say that since the fucking first stream or video or whatever that I did using this Blue Yeti mic, which should be a perfectly fine mic that a lot of YouTubers use, I've just had problems with peaking and muffling, and it's just awful, and I hate it so much. So, I don't know. It's a shame. Because most of the time it sounds fine, but I don't know. I thought I had my settings all fixed. I tested them. They sounded good. But apparently people still have problems with my mic, so I don't know. Time to get a fucking new one, I guess. Time to waste more money. Put another fucking microphone I won't use ever again under my bed. Awesome. $5 from Razmataz Bean. Quantum Mechanics. Yeah. Yeah. $20 from Domestic Idiot. Don't believe in reality, bro. Trust me. I don't have all the answers. Just enough for you to abandon all attachment to your surroundings. The only truth in life is fair use bear. Love you, big boy. Fair use bear is the only constant in all of our travels. He's always there with us, honestly. 50 DKK from Golden Hand the Just. Jordan is an actual schizo. He believes literally anything he hears. He also literally believes that the Earth is flat and round at the same time. Okay, Schrodinger's Earth. I gotcha. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. That's what I've heard. That lines up with what I've heard pretty well. $5 from Sarah Dombrowski. You took too much, man. Yeah. $5 from Zachary Smith. I see you're continuing to waste your life watching nonsense. Godspeed to you, good sir. And like I said, I could have watched like 3 movies during this time, and I just chose to not do that instead. $5 from Kaylee. I'm gonna go make a smoothie. Yeah, that sounds like a good idea. Make one for me, too. $10 from KDD. What the hell have I just walked into? Love you, Papa Claw. Well, it was some crazy shit. Also, I saw you say earlier that I was calling you out in chat. I did read a message you said, and I disagreed with you. Sorry if you felt like picked on, I guess. I, wasn't intending to do that. But, I mean, I don't know. I guess I can be abrasive sometimes. I'm the irascible police chief who ends every day with a Tums festival. But know that I love you all, whether you sometimes say things that make me scratch my head or not. But thank you. $5 from Fifth Kie, or Key. Maybe the real pedo ring was the friends we made along the way. I mean, depends if you're a Minecraft YouTuber. $5 from Clock Lad. Possible friend to Mini Lad, who knows. The animated footage is stolen from independent short films that has nothing to do with him. I recognize a lot of them. Yeah, I was wondering that. Like, he just kept showing all these short, like, animated stuff and weird little artistic things, and it's like, what's going on here? What's going on here? Did you get permission for that? I don't know. Bonamism. This is like, with $5, this is like if you got an AI bot to read X posts for a week. Yeah. Well, there'd be more tulpas. There'd be more tulpas and succubi, but you're close, yeah. $3 from Kirko Gryman. This isn't fluoride to make sure water won't kill you. Yeah, I mean, I don't know if they're even putting fluoride in the water, honestly. They say, I've always heard that, but I don't know who I would believe. Like, that's always the thing, isn't it? When you hear some crazy shit and it's like, well, who do I even believe? Like, like, who do I look to for the proof of this or whatever? Like, Because obviously the normal, you know, the company line is what you're gonna get from most places. But then there's like the $5 from Jordan Sutherland. When you said Jordan, I thought you were Fredericton to me. I guess your thing auto-corrected that to referring. Yeah, the second one says Fredericton was a typo. But I was like, lol, no, I didn't do anything, but I just tuned in. Yeah, Jordan, how could you? Another $5 from Jordan Sutherland. Fredericton was a typo, but thanks for doing this cut stuff. I'm guessing cult stuff. I love learning about this kind of stuff. Yeah, I mean, I love talking about this kind of stuff. Especially if it's gonna get the chat all riled up and angry at me because I horribly articulate my beliefs. $5 from Kirko Gryman. Dudes, we are poisoned by the reptile Democrat vampire pedos. And that's why we're dumb and you call us crazy. Don't worry, just watch this movie, it'll explain it. Yeah, just sit down and watch this 4-hour movie, that'll explain it, it's great. $5 from Saxman Staff. It's hard to go back to reality when you've fried your brain on LSD and become Sid Highwind from FF7. Exactly. Once you think you've gone to space, there's no going back. $10 from MN Metfees. While we all live as sacrifices, it is up to us to decide how best to enjoy our final moments, as our positivity will carry over to the new world. Ghidorah rebuilds from this currently broken one. You know, you're talking about Ghidorah, but remember that Spirit Science has an anime movie where there's basically a Ghidorah dragon. It's like a 3-headed golden Ghidorah dragon. And so, Happy Science, not to be confused with Spirit Science, but Happy Science, they have that. They have that in their mythos, so that's a real thing. I mean, it's a real fake thing, but it's a real thing. $20 from Shun Kurosaki. There's this thing about conspiracy theorists. Usually they take 1 to 2 obviously wacky conspiracies on to throw people off, seem less like a threat. Spirit Science, however, is all the wacky and damn near nothing else. Yeah, he like somehow specced into everything at once. He maxed out all of his stats on the craziness. Let's see. $2 from Bad Dragonite. We learning to adjust our auras today? No, we came into the stream expecting that our auras had been properly adjusted. I'm sorry if you did not get the memo, but that was just an assumption that I felt comfortable making. $5 from Genova. I got caught watching the videos in Yakuza 0, plus I'm mega embarrassed, so here's a hot tip for gamers. Wear headphones while doing naughty minigames. Oh, you mean the sexy videos in Yakuza 0, yeah. That you would only ever watch for the achievement that you get, of course, yeah. No, I got you, yeah. Yeah, use your headphones, if you're doing the naughty minigames. Or certain songs and rhythm games, that too. $2 from Bad Dragonite. Alchemy. Dude gonna experience equivalent exchange. $2 from George Guard. Rape is lame. This dude is lame. Yeah, I mean, again, I'm not suggesting that he raped anybody. I'm just saying that I saw a video where he says that he did something. That's all I'm saying. Not out here to cancel people, though. That's not the point of this stream. That's not my job. $5 from Wiggly Fungus. I'm just imagining this guy on a date with somebody he wants to make his girlfriend and just explaining all this crap. Yeah, it's like imagining Ernest Cline on a date with somebody, and it's just like, oh man, this is just like that one scene in Lady and the Tramp. The porn parody, of course. $5 from Soy Bubble 99. Hello. Hello there. Joe Vinny the Hyena with $5. So how long do you think their dicks are, Claw? Or the aliens? Or the... I don't know. I'm gonna go with 4.5 inches. That's what I'm gonna say. $5 from Alex. Corbett Trillions, follow the money, YouTube search. First result, the Corbett report 1. Give it 10 minutes. I love when people super chat me with just like a thing and they're like, no, just give it 10 minutes, bro. Just watch the first season, bro. It's fine. I mean, I'll try to remember that. I'll maybe look into it. But thank you. $10 from Emin Metfees. Funny how you mentioned a religion based on Godzilla Final Wars before. This is like the Zillions, aliens wearing human skin suits with black unblinking eyes. Mine is having a funny flamboyant one. Yeah, I mean that's the best part of Final Wars is the funny flamboyant one. $5 from Mama Catswell. I'm way too high for this. I wasn't high enough for this. $2 from Tech Priest. Thank you for keeping me sane, man. Have some coin. Well, thank you, Tech Priest. I can't hear your name without thinking of the book Tech War now. You know, I was mentioning the 372 podcast while I was doing the Ready Player One stream. They've been talking, well, I've been listening to them talk about Tech War and William Shatner's Tech War. And man, that is quite something. That is Plaz something right there. Fifth Key with $2. I want to get off Mr. Science's wild ride. Again, nothing scientific. He really needs to take that out of his name. $5 from Saxman Steph. Keep in mind that in these cyberpunk dystopias, the governments usually are the corporations, e.g. Shadowrun. Yeah, so I mean, hey man, when government fails and Barron Trump is the last president, or whatever the fuck those books, prophesized, maybe then we'll have the corporation governments and we'll get the true cyberpunk future. That'll be wild. $5 from Mud Dragon. Crazy would invent the concept of God. Sorry for sounding like an edgy middle school atheist. No, you're probably right. I mean, that's fair. Crazy people, if there was no concept of, like, a higher power, probably would just be like, no, there is, though! And everybody around them would be like, okay. $5 from Adam Wolford. Some humans already can see light that other humans can't see and live longer. Yeah? You mean like actual light or like bullshit light? Like the light inside you or like real light? Like light. I don't know. $5 from Zebra on your nose. Why live in a real slum when you can live in a VR slum? Exactly. I mean, there's so much detail to the VR slum. $5 from M and Metfees. I don't like VR. Not because I'm a future boomer, but because I always end up destroying my room like some blind kaiju with Parkinson's. I never destroy my room. I have enough of a space in my living room area, which is, like, pretty much empty. I never use it. I'm pretty much always in my bedroom, but... I have enough space, but I do have a tendency to whack my fucking controller into the wall like an idiot. That's happened before. And I cracked through the ring on my controller thing. So that was pretty annoying, but they say to just buy the Oculus Quest 2 and it'll all be fine. I don't know. $5 from... Ugh, what is that? Jesus Christ. Some kind of weird bug. Fuck that. $5 from Elizabeth Hogan. Nothing this jabroni says is original or interesting. It's all been said 50 times before in ways that are much smarter and more creative. Yeah, and less all over the place, too. Like, again, there's just... That video was just, like, so unfocused and disorganized. I can't get over it. It's like my own room. Let's see. $5 from Handgun House Cat. Just got here, coincidentally working on a short isekai about a raccoon who gets hit by a car. Gets reincarnated, and elf babes love petting him. Oh, that sounds nice. $5 from M and Metfees. Fun fact, democracy is derived from the Greek word demos, populace, and kratos, strength and power. In other words, power to the people. Yeah, you know, again, power to the people. The people will always realize if they're being fucked over, and they'll have something to say about it, I hope. I don't know. That's what all the classic 80s movies told me. $5 from Vexton. I knew what I was getting into when I saw the thumbnail, but I didn't think I really knew what I was getting into. Claw, please explain. Man, there's no explanation. This stream is a body bag survival guide, dude. $5 from Fifth Key. He's basically talking about lucid dreaming, but with extra steps and a cult attached to it. Yeah, a lot of extra steps. Stupid steps. $10 from M and Metfees. In the congregation, any kind of intercourse is allowed anytime, as long as you cry out Ghidorah's holy name when you cum, then offer the souls of your unborn children to the golden demise. Man, I could go for a golden demise right now. $5 from Squorsh. After the Ready Player One stream, I went out and bought book 2, and it's even worse than I thought it could be. Don't buy the book! I'm not trying to advertise his shit. God damn it. But yeah, it's bad. It is. It gets worse. The Ready Player 2 and Armada stream will happen eventually. I probably won't go through either of them as detailed, with as much detail as I did with Ready Player 1, but yeah. $2 from M and Metfees. It's time. 6. Yeah, feet apart, everyone. $5 from Megan O'Callahan. Bear, I study Corona in college, and this ain't it, Chief. Well, I don't know what I'm talking about. The point is, I don't know what I'm talking about, and neither does Spirit Science, so I listen to the people who seem like they do know what they're talking about. And maybe they don't know what they're talking about, or they're lying to me for Satan demon people. But, I don't know, it's not that hard to put on a mask, I guess. I don't know. Don't get mad at me. $5. $5 from Epic Rider. Love you, Claw. I miss your full-length uploads of you streaming. Will you be uploading full-length streams again? I mean, it's so dangerous if I put a stream up and it's just the full stream, like the full stream clip. I miss the chats in the full stream clips. They're great, but if some jabroni decides to get a fucking, you know, get a complex, then they come along and decide to, like, dispute my thing or whatever. I don't know. I don't want to have another situation where I can't stream for 90 days, and that would be kind of shitty, so that's what I'm concerned with, and so that's why I'm mostly just doing stream clips these days, and I'm sorry if that's not great for everyone. I'm also sorry if I don't upload them frequently enough. Some of them I'm like, I would have uploaded the VHS stream a little while ago, or at least clips from it, but like, I don't know, I might just edit that down into like a full, you know, fully edited, like, proper video. I might do that, so, I don't know, that's always an option too, so, yeah, I mean, there's content to come, you know, if something doesn't get posted right away, it'll drop eventually, probably, unless I die tomorrow. $5 from KDD. I'm genuinely sorry I caused problems. Love your content and commentary. I'm also sorry to anyone I offended. Love you, Claw. I mean, you were just talking, it's fine. From what I remember, you just said that, like, Trump talked to the governors about Corona or whatever. I mean, yeah, I don't know. From what I've seen, he's been pretty vocal about people not wearing masks and generally not treating the fucking virus like it's real. But, I mean, I don't know. Maybe I don't have all the facts. I'm just, listen, I'm just here. Now. And, I don't know what I'm talking about. But the thing is sometimes that's the point, you know? You click on a stream of mine and you're like, what's going on here? And if I was just here to walk you through it completely, that would be one thing. But if you're just here and you've got just some other guy alongside you going like, oh, what's that? Oh, this is stupid. Oh, that's weird. Oh, that's a whole other thing, too. I don't know what I'm saying. The point is that, oh, you're fine. And thank you. $5 from Laughing Seagull. Mr. Girl has a new YouTube channel called Mr. Girl Returns. I don't know if you already knew. Yeah, I was going to talk about his first comeback video a little while ago after Christmas, but I never got around to it. I don't know, I'm sick of Mr. Girl. He made a new video, like, today or whatever, and it uses clips from my video and other videos, and he's, like, pretending to apologize because he's a little edgelord, and he just wants attention. He's you know, we often come in contact with these people on this stream who are just like so far, they've got some weird problem with their brain where they will just do whatever they need to do, and they will be the biggest contrarian idiot possible, to the point of saying things that may be considered criminal, just so that they can be like, they can get that suck juice from being a hipster. And be like, yeah, nobody agrees with me. Yeah, I'm the only one with this opinion. Oh, yeah! And that's what Mr. Girl is. He's like Mike on Best of the Worst when he has to pick a tape, and he's like, oh, I think I'm gonna go with Shark Exorcist, the weird rape video. $5 from Megan O'Callahan. Genuinely ripped to all the people that have lost their lives during this time. Whether it be from COVID or whatever, I hope their families are okay. Yeah, I mean, absolutely. Again, I don't really know anybody personally who's died of coronavirus, but I've certainly known people who have had it and whose lives have been thrust into turmoil because of it, because of family members not adhering to guidelines, or because of, you know, other issues like that. And yeah. Shoutouts to everybody trying to live. Honestly. $5 from M and Metfees on Party Cheese Salad's behalf. Dibs on the band name Pandemic Panic. Oh, that just sounds like a Sonic level. $10 from Caitlin Trigg. For chemtrail stuff, Gates has said he wants to put particulates into the atmosphere to block sunlight, and now he has almost all the farmland in America and is still engineering GMOs. And then we got another $5 from Caitlin Trigg. Wildfires can be attributed to California fucking up the aqueducts and water table by farming mad amounts of cashews and pistachios. Huh. Never thought about that. Yeah, I mean, see, there's the thing. There's, like, weird things about certain stuff that you just never consider, and you're like, oh yeah, cashews and pistachios. Sure, that sounds like it might contribute to something. I don't know. But, I mean, yeah, chemtrail stuff. I don't know, I mean, again, there's like a kernel of truth to everything. I'm sure sure we don't really want the government spraying weird shit in the air all the time, but I don't know if it's as bad as people say. $2 from Bad Dragonite. More people will be harmed by lockdowns than this. I mean, really? I don't know about that. I mean, yeah, statistically, there's not that many people. The guy only has 1 million subs. It's not like he's got that big of an audience. But again, I don't know what it is, chat. I don't know why you're all like so against me when I simply say like, maybe just wait like 1 year, not even a year. Wait like 6 months until the vaccine shit starts happening, and then you could start talking about like the conspiracies around the virus or whatever. Go for it then! Once it's not quite such a pressing issue that everybody just like fucking hold their horses and try to just try to be humans for a little bit. We've almost beat this thing. For God's sakes, we can get there. Like, I don't know. $5 from Caitlin Trigg. Also, California wants to save Bettles, so no flammable brush can be cleared, and hobos gonna camp. Yeah, I mean, California's got a lot of issues. It's also just dry and droughty there as a matter of course, and you've got idiots with gender reveal parties, so they've got a whole lot of problems. $2 from M and Metfees. This man is a way less entertaining Dale Gribble. Yeah. I can agree with that. $2 from Bones Skullsy. Bones here. Can you stop with identity politics? Thanks. Yeah, I mean, deep down, we're all just bones, honestly. We're all susceptible to potential coronavirus. Especially if we're in Florida, because there's a lot of stupid people in Florida. Especially Ash. $5 from Bones Skullsy. China virus. Oh boy. China virus escaped from a lab. What's funny is that the media are saying this now, and 5 months ago they called it a conspiracy theory. Stop with your Oh, okay. I'm the BS one. Okay, thank you. Very cool. Yeah. Well, I mean, I don't know, dude. I agree with some things and disagree with some things. I don't know what the fuck you want from me. Eat your fucking cornflakes. $5 from Derek Carter. The biggest problem with COVID is that some people could get it, not know they have it, then give it to the people who could die from it. Quarantine good. Yeah, well, there you go. I mean, there's debate, conflict, conversation. This is what it's all about, people. $10 from Wiggly Fungus. Nah, COVID-19 is related to SARS. It's why it was likely leaked from the virus lab in Wuhan that was looking for a vaccine for SARS. They still have SARS? They still make SARS? I thought they discontinued that years ago. I said something about SARS earlier. I was kind of joking. I didn't know there was actually a link, but okay. That's interesting. I don't know if that's actually true. You know, that's seems to be a lot of stuff that's not true flying around about all this, but yeah, it's interesting. Again, that's the real fuckery of it. It's impossible to tell what the hell is. It's impossible to tell what's true from what's bullshit anymore. You know, we got a party line that seems like it's probably at least partially bullshit, and we got a lot of people telling you not to believe what the media says, and then they compare things to The Matrix and They Live and episodes of the Avatar: The Last Airbender. And it's just like, yeah, man, I don't know who to get my info from. Honestly, I don't really trust any of you. Stay away from me. The imposter is sus. $2 from Bad Dragonite. Maybe we should crack down on speech. Get fucked, lol. I mean, okay. Oh boy. Oh, we're getting real smart in chat here. $5 from Bone Skullsy. You deserve to get shat on, Claw, because of your, get this, flat brain leftist rhetoric that repeats the establishment bumper sticker slogans. You're not smart. Oh yeah, and you with your fucking free thinker bumper sticker slogans. Yeah, you're the real genius. Okay. Yeah. Thanks for the money, retard. $5 from TNT Fox. There's a difference between forcing masks and this is a dangerous thing, so prevention is smart. Also, no shirt, no shoes, no service equals masks. Yeah, I mean, basically, so, I don't know. I guess we really angered a bunch of people tonight with the basic concept of try not to infect people. Amazing. Incredible. I don't know why you're still here. Bone Skullsy, $5. Oh, another $5 from this idiot. Thank you. $5. Duh, think for yourself. Meanwhile, tells everyone to listen to the media and do everything your politician and national news tells you to. Flat brain. Okay. Yeah, you're such a big, intelligent person. Thank you for your input. You are a very smart person who has decided to just not listen to anything anybody tells you because it could all possibly, like, I don't know, what's your point? What's your fucking point? Listen to the retard going off about the Matrix, but not the people who actually have degrees in science and shit? Yeah, I'm sorry, no. I'm sorry if that's flat brain leftist rhetoric, but I'm not going to be listening to the moron who tells me about the moon being an egg and space Jews telling me about fucking don't listen to the media or whatever. Like, yeah, I already, were you not here earlier in the stream when I said I don't like the media a lot of the time? I don't like a lot of what they say. I don't listen to a lot of what they say. But there's a difference between being a fucking mindless CNN brainlet and just listening to the talking heads all day on Don Lemon and fucking, I don't know, deciding to take your info from one of two sources, which is, again, either crazy people going off about the Matrix or people who actually have degrees. I'm gonna go with the degrees. But again, thank you for all the money, you absolute genius. You've really, just a very, very smart man giving me all your shekels. I appreciate that. $5 from Remykins. Finally made it to alive. I was gonna say how I watch it work, but what in the cinnamon toast fuck is that alien head? Thanks, Clawfather. Pilling. I mean, it's the alien head of truth and belief and factual beliefs that we all hold. Remember, the video that has the funny haha alien head is also the one you should listen to about you know, dangerous pandemics. The one that has the video that has the American Dad haha funny reveal of the people on the couch and then there's an alien sitting next to them. That's the one you want to get your info from. That's what we're doing. $5 from Emily McCready. I'm so happy I caught a live stream. Love you, Claudette. Enjoy your spaghetti. Well, I would like to enjoy my spaghetti, but at this point, you know, some people in chat, I don't know who lets these people in here, honestly. It's like, where's the bouncer at the door to ask them if they know who's playing tonight? God. I mean, I don't know. I welcome all people to be here, and honestly, this is no different than when I go off about trigger warnings and someone tells me I'm being problematic. This is the enlightened centrist's lot in life, just pissing off everyone and having to yell at them in super chats, but hey, at least sometimes they pay you to call you a retard. $5 from Cave Lady, you the best. Ah, thank you. I rebut this with that you are the best, actually. $2 from Ladshauer. Do you think this guy farts? Also, like, Lad's Hour. Oh, okay, Lad's Hour. I said Lad's Hour. Yeah, that's stupid. The guy probably farts. He probably farts while he thinks of Emma Watson. I believe it. $2 from Zara. Piss. I saw that one come up earlier, and it was, censored on the little pop-up on the screen, and I was wondering what that was gonna say, what four-letter word that was gonna be. I'm happy it was piss. $5 from Griff Goldstein. Love your stuff, Club. Will you be archiving the stream? Oh no, this one's been quite the shit show. I may wind up editing it into something eventually. What are we at, like 5 hours now anyway? Yeah, I don't think that's necessary. Just a lot of arguing and ranting. See, that's another thing, is I'm never happy when I do a stream and I go off on rants for too long. I know some people like that. I try to keep it to a minimum sometimes, but sometimes, you know, it's relevant to the discussion. I don't know. I feel like if I do a video and it's got a long like rant in it, or rather if I do a stream and it's got like a long rant in it, it's sort of like, I don't know, I might want to try to like edit it to the key parts of the rant, maybe, I don't know. But then I'm also, to be perfectly honest, I am just lazy, and I also hate using Premiere Pro, so like, you know, it'll happen. This one might get uploaded, I don't know. I don't know. I wasn't too enthused with the Spirit Science video, honestly. I think it was kind of fun, but it was mostly just kind of dull. I don't know. It's just him stringing together a bunch of stupid conspiracy theories in this long video that feels more like it's just long for the sake of being long. And trust me, as a progressive rock fan, I know a thing or two about shit that's long for the sake of it. It felt like it was just long for the sake of being... Also a JRPG fan. Just long for the sake of it. We don't need to repeat the main quest of Bravely Default like 7 times before we finish the game. And we don't need to see this guy rambling about the same shit for 4 hours. It was pretty lame. You don't need to see me ramble about shit for 4 hours either, but you know, you watch me for some reason. Let's see. $2 from Shelly. Thank you, Claw. Oh, you're welcome. Thank you for watching. $2 from Griff Goldstein. If Spirit Science ever gets to Chris Chan, oh boy. I mean, he's gonna believe in the spiritual merge or whatever, the dimensional merge when that happens. He will be a true believer. He will believe. $5 from Sir Koto 51. Do you watch Danknet on YouTube? He's like Frederick Knudsen of Jason Genova. Highly recommend. I'm the Frederick Knudsen of Jason Genova. I'm familiar with him. I don't think he's uploaded in a while though. Sadly. He's the one that informed me of what's his name? Jared Genesis Evangelion, whatever the fuck his name is, I forgot. The weirdo guy. The weirdo guy, that really narrows it down. But yeah, he informed me of that guy, and I did a stream about that. But yeah, it's been a while since he's posted, I think. $2 from Griff Goldstein. Why not put your full streams on Patreon? Man, I gotta do a lot of work on my Patreon. I feel bad, honestly, because it's like, it's a mess and it's disorganized, and I need to like update the tiers and stuff. I need to update the goals. I surpassed 2,000 a month at one point. Or what? No, not 2,000. It was whatever it was for the goal for me to go to a furry convention, which clearly is going to have to be put off for a bit because, you know, because of the fake pandemic virus, the China virus that isn't real, that we shouldn't wear our masks for, as we've all learned from the esteemed smart chat members here today and Spirit Science himself. But yeah, I've got to update some things, and I probably could stand to upload a few extra things. That's gonna happen soon. I don't know. I do apologize that it's kind of been out of order like that. I don't know. I let things pile up, and that's a flaw on my behalf that I need to work on. But yeah, streams on Patreon could work. I don't know. I feel like the streams are extra. Like, that's the reason why I don't put them on. I guess they're not really anymore, because I don't do as many edited videos anymore, but, like, I guess I still have this feeling of, like, I don't want to feel like I'm charging Patreon people for streams. Like, that's not it. It's sort of, if you wanna support me and, you know, occasionally for the edited videos that I do, which I need to do more of as well. But yeah, it's like, I don't know, I don't want to feel like I don't want to feel like the videos that you're, you know, like paying for, I guess, in a sense, are like just these sort of, you know, live clips. I feel like that would be lazy to like put a Patreon readout on that, and so by the same token, I don't know if uploading the stream clips on Patreon, maybe. I might put them on another channel as well. I don't know. We'll see. It's a good idea. I'll think about that. Let me see. 20 bucks from Disgusting. Disgusting! I just wanted to say hello. Well, hello. Hello there. 10 bucks from Pina. You make living alone a little less lonely. Bless you, good sir. Well, I try my best. I am sorry that I can't be here more often, but sometimes there's just not that much stuff to talk about, you know? I feel bad, because sometimes I'll go like 2 weeks without streaming as well. And this is just the part of the stream where I just talk about how I feel bad about all the things I'm doing wrong as a YouTuber. But yeah, I feel bad. I go weeks at a time sometimes without streaming, because maybe my mouth is hurting or whatever. But oftentimes it's just like, there's not much to talk about, really. I don't know. I mean, I guess I could look for things, I guess, but there's not like anything that jumps out at me, you know? So it's like, it's that kind of thing. I guess I don't want to waste people's time, but there is something to be said for just like chilling and watching some weird videos without any real plan. I've done that before, and I found some pretty cool stuff through that, so I don't know, I will try to stream a little more often. I guess I just don't like to... I say I don't like to waste people's time, but then I go on 20-minute rants about nothing while I'm supposed to be watching videos, so I don't know, maybe I'm just an asshole. I don't know. But $1 from Josh Coolhoon, thank you. $5 from David Ace. The current coronavirus is actually classified as SARS-CoV-2. We're just lucky it's not as deadly as the original SARS. See, that's the weird thing, though, is that, like, and I'm not trying to get into another fucking coronavirus debate here, but, like, that's, like, the weird thing is that, like, SARS and, like, the swine flu and all of that, they all just seem to, like, come and go. And I guess everybody had it in their minds, and I guess that's probably what drives a lot of people to not really be that concerned about coronavirus. They figure, like, oh, this is just like SARS or whatever, and it's not a big deal. And I mean, like, SARS was a big deal, but, like, I don't know, it kind of went away after a while. This seems to be, like, a much more lasting thing, obviously. And so, I don't know, it's just, it's weird. It's weird that this is the one that did it. I don't know. Because I remember, like, when fucking West Nile was the big deal, and everybody was like, oh man, you're gonna get stung by a mosquito and die instantly, and I was so terrified of even going outside. But, yeah, I mean, I don't know. That's, there's a lot of things I don't understand about viruses and medicine in general. And I think I think a lot of people in chat probably don't understand those things, but the difference is I accept that I don't understand them, and I tend to try to defer to the people that seem like they do. $10 from Cave Lady. Have more tip for your responses to the idiots talking crap while they tip you. I laughed. Well, thank you. I've never, I don't know, I've never, really had to get in an argument in Super Chats, really. And I'd rather not do that. It feels not so great, but, yeah, I don't know, it was just weird to suddenly be getting a bunch of super chats from people who were like, actually, you're an idiot, and just throwing a bunch of, like, literally just, like, insults at me. It was like, oh, okay, well, now you've changed my mind. Now I feel bad for what I've said. I apologize to you, sorry. Guys, I might have lost those guys as subscribers. I feel bad. What if I lost a couple subscribers by that whole situation? That's terrible. I posted cringe. Oh no. $5 from R. I just smoked a gram. What's happening, lads? Have a good weekend, dork. Well, I will try my best and enjoy your gram. $5 from Griff Goldstein. Sorry for so much crap about long streams. I just love your stuff so much. Have a good one. Rip Boogie. Oh no, it's okay. I didn't expect to go this long, but I mean, hey, I guess it was a 4-hour video, so I should have probably expected that. Yeah, I'm glad to provide something that people can sit and chill with for a while. Even now, while I read the super chats, we got like, you know, 800 or so people chilling here, and that's nice. I always like these these end of stream. This is another reason I never really liked streaming on Twitch that much, was that I could never figure out super chats on there. They had like Twitch bits or whatever, but like I could never figure out the donation thing. I guess that's through Streamlabs, maybe. I don't know. But I could never really figure that shit out. And so I never had that ending slate of just, it's time to wind down and read some super chats and listen to some music. I always like that, just the chill out section with you guys. It's fun. $5 from Emily McCready, or McCready. Now I feel bad because the message is you pronounced my name correctly, another drink on me, and I seem to have forgotten how to pronounce the name between the last time and now. I'm gonna say McCready. I'm gonna assume it's McCready. That's my first instinct. That's probably how I would have read it before. $2 from Anarcho Pingu. Corona got some HIV spikes in its genome too, bro. HIV and its genome? Wow. I wonder if it has any fox dye in there too. I'm not like shitting. You might be right. You might, for all I know, you're completely accurate. I have no idea about the coronavirus. This is your official warning that I am pretty much uneducated about it, and most of the things I say about the coronavirus are probably just going to be speculation. But China probably did engineer it. And finally, $5 from Josh Calhoun. Look here! Listen, Claw! Appearing offline does not stop it, okay? Well, that will do us for the stream. I have to go make very late night spaghetti at this point. Actually, it's linguine. It's gonna be pretty nice. Yeah. Thank you, everybody, for stopping by this long one. Probably not gonna stream again tomorrow, because we went so late tonight, but, thank you for stopping by this one. Maybe the next day. Maybe the day after that. I don't know. Probably have a live clip up or something. I've got a video coming out soon too where I just yell about YouTube a bit. YouTube unveiled a new thing for its creator studio thing, and it's useless and terrible, and I hate it. Anyways, yeah. Thanks everybody for watching. I don't think I'm gonna bother with an outro song right now because we've been going for so long. But I want you guys to know that,